Hi, everyone, and good morning. We're super excited to have you guys here with us at the inaugural Women in Fashion Conference. I am so excited, and I can't wait for everybody to participate and have a lasting, impactful experience at the Women in Fashion Conference. So, we look forward to everyone joining in. Our virtual red carpet is from 9 a.m. to 9:15. Hi everyone, it's great to see you guys joining. I'm so excited, very much so. Hello, Christabel, to you. It's nice to see you. So this is what we're going to do with the arrival session. You're just going to tell us a bit about yourself, what you do, where you're based. I am actually very excited to Christabel. I am. I think I'm just trying so hard to um, contain the excitement. Okay, so welcome everybody. So, Christabel, tell us where you're from. If you're just joining, you can just leave an introductory text in the comment section. And yeah, tell us where you're from, tell us what you do, tell us what you are expecting from this conference. Nice to see you. So, welcome everybody. I'm going to keep welcoming everybody for a few more minutes. So, if you're joining in, please say hello in the comment section so that we know you're here. Hello, Evangeline. It's nice to see you. Good morning. Hello, Annabelle. It's nice to see you. Hi, Gisela. It's nice to see you. Oh, Gisela, hi. Okay, so everybody, please tell us where you're from and what you do. We're excited to see you all. Oh, this is Christabel. I'm Christabel Tuyo. I'm a fashion illustrator and tutor. I'm currently the creative director of Fin Couture Studio. I'm based in Ocean State, all the way from Ocean State. That is amazing. If you're just joining, please introduce yourself in this format, just as Christabel has done. You never know what you'll get to win during the conference. So we're actually encouraging participation. Christabel was the first person to join us, and I think that's amazing. Hi, Emily. Oh, it's great to have you here, all the way from Rome. We're super excited to have you here. Amazing. So, what do you do, Emily? It'll be nice to know. Hello, Adifaye. Good morning. As you join in, please introduce yourself so that others can get to meet you as well. Evangeline, where are you from and what do you do? Would like to know. Hi, Jenna. You work in fashion education in Johannesburg, South Africa. Thank you for introducing yourself, Jenna. It's nice to have you here as well. So I'm going to keep repeating myself for the sake of those joining. And by 9:15, we would proceed to the next item on the agenda. So I'm really hoping we have over 50 of us join in before 9:15. Hello, Regal. Hello, I'm a fashion designer. I'm known as Regal T. Hi, Regal. Would like to know where you're from. Hi, Akano Sharon. Hello, Sharon. I'm a modest fashion designer. I'm currently the creative director at the Modest Designer based in Oyo State, Ibadan. Great. Nice to have you here, Sharon. Hello, Mercy. Nice to have you here as well. You're a fashion brand manager and you're from Lagos. Nice to have you here, Sharon. Nice to have you here, Mercy. I'm so excited. Okay, Regal is from Lagos. Thank you, Regal. Okay, more people are joining. Oh, Christabel is sharing with us what she hopes to get from the session. I hope to gain relevant knowledge from industry experts to help upskill my business and also understand how to make my fashion business a safe space for women to shine and thrive. Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your expectations. And I do hope that, we meet and surpass your expectation with this conference. If anybody else would like to share, I look forward to reading it out to everyone. Okay. So we have another person. Hi, Clearly Invisible. Welcome. A consulting agency helping fashion entrepreneurs realize fashion vision through specified consultations, provision of various fashion services, Paris and Lagos. Nice to have you here, Clearly Invisible. Hi, Emily. You're currently pursuing a master's degree in fashion and luxury brand management in Rome. That's amazing. I would really like to hear more about that. I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. Looking forward to hearing from African women building the fashion industry in Africa. Thank you so much for sharing, Emily. Hello, Adifaye Abosete, your fashion designer at House of Faye, based in Arepo, Ogun State. Wow, amazing, amazing. Welcome, everybody. So, what are my expectations? My expectations, well, it's quite broad. I look forward to a very interactive session, engaging session. I look forward to learning as well from all the speakers in the different segments that we have. We have three different sessions. The first session is going to be about financial literacy and investment readiness for entrepreneurs in the fashion space. Okay. Oh, amazing. So, just to chip in, Christabel says, I attended the Creative Career Fair last year. It was amazing, and I know this would be more exciting and eye opening. I was one of the winners of a dress form. Oh, Christabel, congratulations. I'm glad you attended our job fair. I'm going to come to that shortly. And I do look forward to talking a little bit more about what we do at Obsidian. But right now, I wouldn't like to jump the gun. We're still welcoming participants. And yeah, let's just wait a few more minutes to have them join us. If you know anyone who needs to be in this conference, you can just simply click on the link on the YouTube page and just share it with them. And yes, they will join us. Just it's that easy. Okay. Hi, Annabelle. You're a fashion blogger and you create content on fashion. You live in Lagos. Welcome, Annabelle. It's great to have you. Hello, Benita. How are you? Okay. I am D, so I'll take that as a greeting to me. Welcome, Benita. Hi, Faith. You are light, Webboy Faye, a fashion designer. Excited to be here. I'm really looking forward to being impacted greatly. I'm super glad to hear that, Faith. Welcome. So, we're gonna have the opening remark by me shortly, and A member of my team is going to introduce the first speaker. I can't wait for you all to meet him, Mr. Sheyi Abiodun, who is going to take us through financial literacy and investment readiness. Then we will move on to the second session where we're going to talk about strategies for building sustainable fashion businesses. And our panelists are Maya Tafo, Shola Babatunde, Mimi Chima, and Mrs. Femi Olayebi. This session will be moderated by the delightful and amazing Rhoda Agunigo. Then we're going to have the final session or the third session on personal branding strategies for fashion professionals and business owners. That session is going to be hosted by our amazing speaker, Jumoke Shotonwa. So it definitely promises to be amazing. And I look forward to you asking your questions. I really hope that we stay through to the end because these sessions are definitely one for the take. You don't want to miss any of these sessions because I feel that we are actually at that point in the industry where women need to come together and share with one another. So while we wait for a few more persons to join us, oh wow, okay. So we have Abiola Olofin. Hello, Abiola. You're fashion designer and creative director at Bios Art. Welcome, Abiola. We also have, okay, so we're about to hit our number. We also have Evelyn Kerr, a fashion lawyer and a designer based in Abuja. Welcome, Evelyn. Okay, so Benita is introducing herself properly. Monica is a fashion entrepreneur. She interns currently with a fashion business consulting company. Evangeline is a fashion designer based in Enugu State. This is amazing, guys. Okay, we have Keton of Keton Locks. She's a 3D fashion designer and she makes prototypes for fashion designs in 3D for fashion brands. Amazing, amazing. Welcome, 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 everyone. Okay, radiant morning to you too. Hello, Jennifer. Jennifer is a fashion designer who caters to women. She's joining all the way from Benin. Welcome, Jennifer. It's great to have you here. It's great to have all of us here. Okay, so it's time for the opening remark. So my name is Damilola Atemilokun, and I am the founder and lead recruiter at Obsidian Advisory. Obsidian Advisory is a fashion, HR, and career coaching company. Now, we cater majorly for the fashion industry, but as well the creative space in general. Obsidian launched in 2022, and while we launched with our amazing job fair, the Fashion Career Summit and Fair. It holds annually in September in Lagos, Nigeria. We have had two job fairs so far since inception. And last year, we had partnerships of MasterCard Foundation and Jobberman with over 4,000 applicants and registered applicants and businesses numbering over 250. We look forward to this year's job fair and we look forward to you being a part of the job fair, either as a talent or as a business owner in the fashion space. Aside the job fair, we do recruitments for fashion businesses. We train employees in fashion companies. We also have bridge programs that cater to talents who want to upskill themselves. So we look forward to collaborations with a lot of fashion institutions in West Africa and Africa at large. We are particularly interested in upskilling talent in Africa, and we started this by working with talents in Nigeria. We offer practicum sessions, career coaching sessions, personal career coaching sessions, group coaching sessions. We also have career masterclass sessions where we guide talents on how to explore opportunities in the industry. So far, so good. We've been able to recruit for a number of businesses in Nigeria, and we look forward to working with businesses outside the country. Like I said, my name is Dami. I have a background in fashion. International relations is my academic background, but I've explored the fashion industry for over 12 years. I worked, interned, and also launched and exited a ready-to-wear business. That's a little to know about me. Now, about this conference. This conference was put together and scheduled to always be held in on the International Women's Month, which is March annually. And the purpose of this conference is to create a room to learn, upskill, and network with one another. This year's conference is themed Fashioning Legacies, a foundation for lasting impact. From the theme, you can easily see two things. One, women are the biggest players in the fashion industry, continentally and globally, in terms of numbers of female founders, the percentage of female employees in the fashion space, and the power of the purse, meaning that women have a huge buying power when it comes to fashion products and services. Yet, most women led fashion businesses are still categorized as small businesses. Why is that so? Many have difficulties accessing funds, grants, support, accelerator programs, and initiatives that will sort of guide and support women in the fashion space. So this shows that there is so much we still need to do, and that can only happen when we learn from one another. So that is the inspiration behind the Women in Fashion Conference, and with the lineup of speakers and individuals in the space, we know that this conference will not only provide relevant information, but it would inspire women to sort of rethink their businesses, rethink their careers in the fashion space. It would also inspire connective collaboration and networking with one another. I look forward to you asking your questions, you sharing your thoughts. And yes, Regal stated that please, how can we connect with ourselves? So this is what we're going to do. With every session, there's a networking segment where you get to ask questions, tell us what you need, and possibly network or connect with somebody right here online. So look forward to that session because it's definitely going to be something you don't want to miss out on. Um, okay, just a minute, everybody. So I'm going to call on a member of my team to do the introduction of the first speaker. Okay, and then we will go live with our first speaker. Just before that, Monica sharing her experience. The first job fair changed my entire perspective about the fashion industry. We're delighted to hear that. And a shift happened. Wow, I'm hoping you can share this more during the networking session. Um, Khadijat, hi, it's nice to meet you all the way from Oropo. You run a work uniform company where you produce workwears, uniform for healthcare, hospitality and beauty, security and safety, and the safety industry. It's nice to meet you. So without much further ado, we're going to have a member of my team, JK for short, give an introduction of the speaker we're going to have next. So, JK.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jessica Rede Esther. I'm a member of the Obsidian team. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Sheyi Abiodun. Mr. Sheyi Abiodun is an executive level business consultant, a trainer, and strategic executive with 13 years experience in the areas of corporate governance, administration, finance, and strategic planning. He has worked with business leaders, group CEOs, board chairmen, and presidents across industries like management consulting, insurance, oil and gas, and manufacturing. Mr. Sheyi is known for his dedication to helping career professionals and entrepreneurs become managers of their lives and finances. He is devoted to increasing the financial skills of young Africans through practical and easy to understand financial literacy teaching methods. Mr. Sheyi is an accountant graduate with a postgraduate diploma in business management, a master's in industrial relations, and currently studying for his doctorate degree. Mr. Sheyi is a member of the NFEC's Personal Finance Speakers Association and a professional coach, finance content creator, and influencer. Mr. Sheyi is devoted to creating awareness about the need for financial education and the problem of financial literacy in our world. Mr. Sheyi believes strongly that everyone, irrespective of their income, can build a richer life one brick at a time. So please welcome with me Mr. Sheyi as he will be taking us on financial literacy and investment readiness. I'd also like to ask you all, what are your expectations for this session? Please share with me in the comment section. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, welcome, welcome, welcome. So we're going to have our speaker join us right about now. So while we wait for him, I'm just going to introduce a few more people. Hello, Apata Victoria, your fashion stylist and a wardrobe consultant. It's nice to have you here, Victoria. Okay, so we have our speaker joining us just right about now. I'd like to know really, what's the one thing you have issues with when it comes to financing your business, funding? What issues do you think women encounter or women are faced, especially when it comes to funds, grants? I think that a lot of women have the issues of boldness and what's it called? Boldness, as well as confidence to pitch their businesses to investors and the likes. So, what are your own challenges? Personally, funding fashion businesses is definitely a major challenge for women. And I think that one of the issues or the reasons behind this is that, most of them have not thoroughly considered their business as a business. You run your business like it's a one-man business, and that would always, always limit your ability to get funding. So while we wait for Mr. Sheyi to join us. Hello, Mr. Sheyi. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Sheyi is having a little challenge. Just give us a moment. Hear me now. Okay. All right. So while we wait for Mr. Sheyi to onboard the session, just okay, let's just keep networking. I think that would be a great thing to do. We'll take um Regal's advice, and just if you're yet to introduce yourself, please introduce yourself. I think this is a great time for you to introduce yourself. Hello, Titi Lokwe. Your name is Okunola Titi Lokwe, the creative director of Iranti Links and Services, a female fashion business located in Lagos. Nice to meet you. I think one of the things we need to also learn is how to introduce ourselves. If you have the opportunity to introduce yourself, consider it an important way to pitch yourself, your services, your skills. If you're a business owner, your services, if it's your skills, you have the, if you're talent, you're pitching your skills. You have the opportunity to talk about what you do, how long you've worked, and what your interests are. So when you're asked to introduce yourself, jump on it, like just take advantage of it and talk about yourself, talk about what you do, and talk about one thing that sets you apart, be it as a business owner or as a talent. That's something um, I've learned over the years. If I have the opportunity to introduce myself, I talk about what I do. I talk about um, the impacts we've been able to achieve. I talk about my interests as well. So if you're here to introduce yourself, please go ahead to introduce yourself. Okay. So one of the downsides of virtual conferences will be network issues, troubleshooting network issues. So kindly bear with us for a few more minutes, about 2 minutes. Mr. Shea Abiodun is going to join us right away. Okay. Hello, Mr. Shea. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So you're going live now, but for some reasons we can't see your face. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good
Okay, I'm
morning.
still struggling to understand how this how this
Platform
stream
work.
here.
I
Yes.
understand.
Hold on, let me get my headset first.
Okay, thank you. So while we wait for Mr. Shea, we're just going to read more introductions. Hi, everyone. My name is Isebre Sarah. I'm a designer. Thanks to Obsidian for creating this avenue to connect with others and gain knowledge. Nice to meet you, Sarah. And you're welcome. So once Mr. Shea is settled in and ready, we're just going to go on to that session: financial literacy and investment readiness for fashion businesses. This one thing I would say: if you have questions, it's a great time to pen them down so you don't forget, because you're probably going to have more questions springing up once the session begins. So, yes, you want to pen down your questions.
Good morning.
Hi, Mr. Shea. Good morning. So, I'm going to
Can
give
you
you
hear me?
this. Yes, we can. I can hear you.
Okay, excellent.
So, you're going
So
to
how
have the
do I
stage
share my
now.
screen now?
Yes,
Hold
just
on, before I have the stage, how do I share my
okay.
screen?
Just click on present, and then you have access
Okay,
to share your screen.
my slides, computer. Do I need to upload the files first? Wait, are we live?
Yes, we're live. We're live on
Okay.
YouTube and live on Instagram.
Okay, excellent. Share my screen. I'm trying to, I don't know. Okay, I think I'm figuring it out now. Sorry, eh?
It's
Gen Z,
fine.
you forgive me.
It's okay.
Okay. Boy, is it my time to start already?
Yes, it
Is
is.
it my
And
time?
everyone is waiting and everyone can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I should have sent my slide to you guys, so you guys should
Yes,
just show it for me, something. Okay. Okay, I think I figured it out now. Thank God. Can you see my slide? Please confirm if you can see it.
not
Can you
yet.
see my slides?
No. Not yet. The other option is for you to just send it to me immediately. I can assist with you with sharing your slides.
So how do I do that? How do I send it to you?
You can send it to me via
Via
the
email,
same
right?
platform. Yes, that's
Via
fine.
email? Okay,
Yes.
excellent. I'll
Okay.
send it to you now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But I think while you're sending, you can just talk a little bit about yourself and yeah, let people get to
Okay.
know you. We read through
All
your
right.
bio, but I think it'd be nice for them to hear from you directly as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sheyi Abiodun, and I'm a business consultant and financial education instructor. I'm certified. And essentially, what I do is to help people get a hold of their finance because I realize that a lot of people are not building wealth at the scale they are meant to build wealth. Everyone can build wealth regardless of your level of income. It is not what you earn that really matters where the wealth creation quadrant is concerned. It is what you do with what you earn. So this morning, I'm going to be taking you through what you need to do where your income maximization is concerned. And we also look at how to, be ready as a business and take advantage of opportunities that are available for you to scale your business through investment. Okay, so I'm trying to send to you. So sorry that this is taking so long. I was hoping that my session would start at 9:45. I didn't know that I will start early. Okay, it's attaching. Excellent. I've sent to you guys now, so please kindly help me do the presentation. Let me present so I can.
So we're going to share your slides shortly.
Okay. Did you receive it?
Yes, I have.
Excellent. But is my audio clear?
Yes, I think it's clear enough. Okay, just a second, please.
Okay. Any luck?
Working on it. Just a few more seconds. And
Okay.
okay, so it's uploading, and it's going to take just a few more seconds for it to show up on the screen. Okay, and okay. Okay, here we go.
I just can see.
Finish
Okay,
slides.
excellent. Thank
Yes,
you
can you
so
see the
much.
slides?
Thank you so.
Fantastic. You're
Yeah, I
welcome.
can see it. I can see it. All right, so let's talk about financial literacy and investment readiness. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm going to start this morning by, no, go to the next one, the previous one. So I'm going to start by telling us the categories of income. So essentially, there are three categories of income that every one of us should aim to get. The first kind of income is called active income. The next one is called portfolio income. And the last type of income is called passive income. Active income is that type of income where you exchange your time for money. As a fashion entrepreneur, you make clothes. You whether you are in the ready to wear or you are in the bespoke tailoring business, what you do is you exchange time for money. Active income is where that falls under. The next one that you should aim to have is called portfolio income. This is the income that you make from your investment. So now you've made money from your fashion business. Don't stay at that. Go for portfolio income. Your portfolio income is when you now start investing in shares, in mutual funds, in bonds, in all those categories of investment that we call paper assets. When you invest into them and they pay you back return or they pay you back interest, those income will now fall under what is called your portfolio income. The third type of income is your passive income. This is the one you make from investments or businesses. You are a fashion business owner right now, but you have a stake in another business of your friend who runs, say, a salon or who runs a retail business. You have investment in that business, and the business pays you an income. That income now falls under passive income. Or you have a real estate investment. You bought a property, you have a short let that you make income from. You're not actively doing anything where that stream is concerned, but you are earning money from it. That would fall under your passive income. So there are three kinds of income that we should all aim to have: active income, portfolio income, and passive income. Let's move to the next slide, please. So talking about your active income right now, one of the things that is very important is what I call budget. Budgeting your active income, because you cannot plan an income that you do not have. So it is important for you as a business owner to plan your income. One of the tools that you use in planning your income is called budget. So there is a popular guideline that we give to people in, financial advisors. When you're talking to people and you want to help them get a hang of their finances, we tell them to use the 50-30-20 budgeting rule, right? And this is very contextual. Financial advice is very individualistic in nature. What will work for Mr. A may not work for Mr. B. You have to consider your own circumstances and adapt accordingly. So 50-30-20. 50% of all your income should go into meeting what we call your needs. So we all have needs and we have wants. Needs are those things that you cannot do without. Example of needs: your rent, because you cannot sleep under the bridge. You need to pay rent, so it's very important. Your feeding is an essential part of your need. Your transportation, those are your need. So all those buckets, all those kind of or categories of um, expenses will fall under your needs. It is expected that maximum of 50% of the income you make is dedicated towards servicing your needs. 30% is towards your wants. So this is how I like to say it. You cannot, I like to say it in Yoruba, ọmọ ò lè ṣiṣẹ́ déédéé kó má ní àsìkò gbádùn. Meaning that if you work hard, you should learn to also spend on yourself. I am not one of the financial advisors that will tell people, don't enjoy life, don't spend money on yourself. No, you are working. You should spend the money on yourself. But what I'm concerned about, what I preach, I'm a proponent of planning your enjoyment. Our Igbo brothers and sisters, they do something every year. It's more like a ritual. They have to go back to the village every December. If you like, try to stop them. They will still go to the village and they must spend money in that village. So what I tell my Igbo clients is you can create a savings account that is called consumption savings. The reason why you are saving this money, you can call it enjoyment or December or village blowing money. Call it anything. It is dedicated towards your village travels, and you're going to spend that money when you go to the village. So you should plan and factor in that into your budget. 30%, maximum of 30% of your income should go into your wants. However, this thing is also subjective. Sometimes you may have to decide the level I am now, my priority is not in enjoyment. My priority is in personal development. I want to put 30% of my income into my personal development. My priority now is family. I want to put 30% rather than, so it means I would deny myself of my wants for now to do these other things. My priority is not enjoyment now because I know where I came from. I came from a very broke family and I don't want to end up broke. So I rather increase my savings. So the recommendation is put minimum of 20% in savings. Rather than putting 20% in savings, I would put 20% plus 30% so that I can have a very good buffer and I know that my future is secure. So, in essence, what I'm saying is this is a guideline. It doesn't mean that it is cast in stone. You need to know what works for you based on where you are coming from, based on your own vision for your future. There are some people, their plan is to buy their first property in their 30s. If that is your priority, then someone that is blowing money in the club will not be your example because it is an individual journey that we are all on. Can you please move to the next slide, please? So, why do you need to budget? Why do you need to budget your income? The first thing, budgeting gives you control over where your money is going. Your budget is what shows you what you can afford and what you can't. This is the way I say it. I say it in all my forums or in my trainings that you earn 500,000 is not proof that you can afford something that is 50K until you have drawn your budget. When you have drawn your budget, that's when you can know what you can afford and what you can afford. It is what shows you the lifestyle that is sustainable and the one that is not. All budgeting starts with knowing your monthly after-tax income and expenses. And I said income may come from multiple sources. Remember, I showed you guys that there are three kinds of income that we should all aim to have. It can come from your regular paycheck, that's your active income, a side hustle, which can also be your side income, which can also be an active income, child support, or government benefit. Next slide. So this is a sample of what your budget should look like. I've just chosen a random name, Janet Personal Budget. Your budget would have two sides. We have the income side and the expenses side. So this Janet now earns 200K monthly. She has an interest income. Interest income meaning she has portfolio income. She has invested in maybe stock or bonds, whatever it is she has invested in that is paying her 25,000 naira monthly. Then she has income from side hustle. Maybe she also trades, she sells things on the side, 50,000. So she has a total income of 275,000 naira. What on her expenses column, she's paying rent 60K, transport 50K, feeding and groceries 35K. She's doing giving, she's doing NEPA. So at the end of the day, all her expenses came to 205,000. How much is investable? Investable is the amount that you have after you've deducted all your expenses from your income. So our investable or net income now is 70,000. If you now call Janet, if Janet is your friend and you want her to now be your chief bridesmaid for your wedding that is happening in April, and you call her today and say, Janet, I want you to be my chief bridesmaid. The cost of the clothes is the dress is 200,000. Janet cannot afford it. Janet will now have options. The option will be to dip in her hand into her savings to go and take the money, which may not be convenient for her, or to now go into debt just to do that. So your budget shows you what you can afford, it shows you your level per time. And this is not applicable to people in paid employment alone. Even entrepreneurs, you need to pay yourself. This is what, so as a business person, as an entrepreneur, as a fashion entrepreneur, you need to have two budgets, a budget for your business and a budget for your personal expenses. I posted something humorously this morning that it is not a good night. I think it's also on this slide. Move to the next one. Let me see. I think it's on this slide. Move to the next slide, please. Yes, thank you. Having Have a personal budget independent of your business budget. Pay yourself a salary as an owner. Food and tantalizers, payment for makeup, cost of air are items that we shouldn't find on your business bank statement. So I'm in that space right now because I'm in finance. I help a lot of people who are in small scale business. I review their business. I'm also a business consultant. I help businesses to raise funds. I help them prepare their books for funding. And this is one of the major challenges. This is one of the major things that scare investors away. By the time they ask for your statement, they are seeing that you are using your business money for personal expenses. It means you are an unserious business owner. Nobody wants to put his or her money in the care of someone that is unserious. And these are some of the measures, these are some of the small things that we ignore, right? That goes a long way to affect our business. Separate your business finance from your personal finance. I know it's something we all know. You probably have heard it 1,000 times, but the will is not just there, the how. Some people are just ignorant of how to do it. Example, what if I've heard a lot of questions? What if my business does not make a consistent income to pay me a salary? What do I do? One of the things you can do is you can choose percentages that you pay yourself. Say, okay, I will do my mathematics every month, whatever profit the business makes, my salary will be 20% of the profit. So it means the month that the business makes 400,000, 20% of it is is your own salary. The month it makes 1 million, 20% of it is your profit. The month it makes 0 naira, it means that month you have to find a way, right? But the other way to go about it is to choose a fixed amount. So I can say my business will pay me 200,000. I've seen, so this is very important. I've seen that the business can afford 200,000. So my business will pay me 200,000 monthly. Right. But there are times that the business will not be able to afford that 200,000. Let's say in January, after you have done your books, you've done your accounting, you saw that you made a total of 1 million, you did all your expenses, you removed everything, and the balance you are left with is 300,000. So that month, the business can afford to pay you 200. You take the 200 and leave the 100K in the company's account. You transfer the 200K, your salary, into your personal account and leave the 100K in the company's account. Let me quickly say that if you still have it, if your business account, your main business account, if it has ATM card that is with you 247, or you can easily transfer from your business account from your phone, you are doing something wrong. ATM card is even a no-no. Break it. Break it. Your main business account should not have ATM card. It's one of the very strict financial control that small businesses need to institute in their businesses. So as I was saying, how do you navigate that part? So the next month, let's assume the next month now, the business now makes 200,000. It means it cannot afford to. So after you have removed all your expenses, the balance you are left with is 200,000 and your salary is 200,000. It may not be practical for you to remove the whole of 200,000 from your business and leave your business account as 0 naira. So what you want to do that month is pay yourself a part of your salary that month. You can say this month, let me pay myself 150K or 100K. The business will now be owing me 100K that it's called balance carry forward, that I will carry forward to next month, such that next month when the business now makes more money, let's say the business now makes 1 million naira profit in the next month, so the business can pay you your salary for that month and the 100,000 the business is owing you for last month. What I'm saying is your business can owe you as the owner, and that's the kind of mindset you need to be able to scale and maintain a business that we can trace the growth track. Can you please move to the next slide? Thank you. So let's talk about, because there are two parts to this presentation. The first part is on your personal finance, understanding how to, manage your money. And I've talked about using budget to regulate and when you realize what your investable is, you can now choose to invest in different ways. There are different assets that you can invest into personally. As a business owner, you can invest or you should invest. Don't rely solely on your active income. You can invest in stock, you can invest in bonds, you can invest in commercial paper and those other instruments. They are called paper assets to get portfolio income. You can also invest in other people's businesses. I've said that before, to get passive income. So let's talk about investment readiness. What is investment readiness? Investment readiness goes beyond having a good pitch deck. Investors expect you to understand key business metrics. So, I say this humorously a lot that, and I think we in the we in the fashion business are most guilty of this. We get so burdened, especially when you're in your starting days. I'm not talking about when you are big, when you're a big player like them Diola Segos of this world, or May Atafo of this world, or what's Liz Folawuyo of this world, and all of those. When you are still in your growth phase, when you are still very small, you have every tendency to become self-employed rather than being an entrepreneur. What is the difference? A self-employed person is someone that does everything himself. You are self-employed. You still carried that employee mentality into your business. You want to do everything by yourself. You need to. It's a struggle for a lot of people. I met a designer, one of the tailors that makes my clothes. Right, the guy is extremely good in Lagos. Right, and then I've got talking with him a lot of times that, Mr. So so and so, you've been in this same shop for so long. What's your scaling plan? What's your plan with bringing in new people and all of that? I didn't see any. There was no plan, as it were. You cannot delegate. The fear of training people, and then when you train people at your level of excellence, they leave you and all of that. Of course, those are the challenges that small businesses face. So people end up doing everything themselves. Another one could be that you can't even afford the kind of talent. Some people have asked me, oh, getting tailors is one of the most difficult things for designers in Nigeria right now. It's one of the biggest things. Getting people that are consistent, that can produce the level of excellence that you want. Some people that can afford it have helped some people to look outside the country to bring in tailors, but it's a lot of money. You want to bring in tailors from, say, like Ghana, from Cotonou, from neighboring African countries, or you want to, when you now have a lot of money, you want to now bring tailors from the places like North Korea. It's a lot of money. You are faced with immigration issues. You have to pay. You have to pay their what's it called now? They are trying to bring in an expatriate to the country. There is something that is called in tax. You have to pay that as well. It's a lot, right? So I understand that is the challenge. However, in the midst of all that, the most important duty that you have as a business owner is strategic responsibility. Your duty is not to machine maya, if you understand what that means. The Yoruba, meaning that to be you be the one driving. Those. I think people we've moved away from those kind of manual machines that you use your leg to, like you are driving. We've moved to more motorized. I just put your leg on something and then the thing will just be going smoothly and all of that. So I understand, but you don't have to be boggled down with this. You are not in the business. So this is it. We have the creative side of fashion and we have the business side of fashion. Your duty as the business owner is to master the business side of fashion. As an investor, if I want to invest in the business, the creative side is not enough. That you are creative is not what I'm really looking for. How are you able to turn the idea into money so that I can? Because what I'm interested in as an investor is return on my investment. So you want to take time to understand key financial metrics. What is, if I wake you up from bed as an entrepreneur, you must be able to tell me how much, what's your cash flow like? What is your income like? What's your revenue like? What's your profit in the last 1 year? What's your profit? These are things that we expect that right? What is your competition? You cannot be doing a business and you don't know top three competition, three people in your space that you admire, that are doing things at the pace that you want to, right? That you can copy from. Let's not also deceive ourselves. Copy is a good thing. It is just bad when you copy and you copy everything. What you do, really, there is no idea that is entirely new. Nothing is entirely new under heaven. Everything is really an adaptation of what already exists. So you copy an idea and you modify it and you customize it, you make it yours. What is wrong is for you to copy and then it can lead to copyright infringement. It can be termed in the academia, you say it's plagiarism. Right? As a matter of fact, they only expect you to copy, plagiarize. It's just you should reference where you got the information from. In academics, that is what is advisable. So, investment readiness goes beyond just having a pitch, right? It goes beyond knowing your business, the creative side of your business. It also it entails you understanding the business side of your business. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? Excellent. Thank you. What are some of the markers for investment readiness? Meaning, how do you know that you are ready for investment as a business owner? Number one, consistent revenue growth. So you cannot say you are ready for investment if we can't see growth track, the track of growth in your business. That is, my orders have increased over the years. In January, my ready to wear line used to have 15 orders. In February, it increased to 17. In March to 25. We want to see consistent, in not just in the quantity of what you're selling, but in the revenue therefrom. The other one is healthy profit margin because now profit is not revenue, and we need to let small business owners know this. Profit is not same thing as revenue. A lot of business owners are running NGOs. They are not making any money. What they're just busy with activity without productivity. Example, you ordered something at 200, let's say the cost of finishing an item that you charge your customer is 200,000 naira. But by the time you really sit down and think about how many hours did it take you to complete that item, you do per hour costing on your labor cost, for the cost of an outfit. If you are giving your customer a bill, they should be able to see first material cost, that's the first component, right? The next one is labor cost, which is usually the man hour, the amount of what you are charging for. Anybody in service business, because what you guys are doing, you're not a product entrepreneur as a fashion designer, except you now have products that you sell. Maybe you make the clothes and you sell. But if you don't make, people bring fabrics to you and you make for them and you turn them into garments. You are a designer, right? You are in the service business. What the major way a service person makes money is from manpower hours that you commit to delivering that job. So how much is your charge per hour if you factor that in, right? You also want to factor in everything that is used in the production of that item. Like the iron that you use to iron the clothes, you paid NEPA. Are you factoring all these small, small, small costs? By the time you factor in all these small costs, the NEPA that you used in ironing the clothes, that's another one. Excuse me, the marketing cost, maybe the customer acquisition cost, that is CAC, customer acquisition cost. It is the cost that you expend in getting a customer. By the time you factor in that as well into the amount you have charged the customer, a lot of people just say, I'm just working for my customers as I'm on their payroll. I'm just working for them. I'm not making anything. So this is very important. These are some of the markers that you are ready for investment. Healthy profit margin. We want to see that. We want to see that your profit is increasing month on month, year on year. The next one is customer retention and acquisition. How are you able to retain your customers? I want to see record. Do you even have your customer record? Customer record in terms of the customers that you serve each month. These are very key information that investors are looking out for. Next one is positive cash flow. Cash flow is how money comes into your business. There are three sources. I hope you guys are making notes because I'm saying a lot of things that are not on the slides. There are three sources for cash flow, three ways that cash flow moves into your business. From the word cash flow, money flowing into your business, there are three sources of cash flow. We have cash flow from investment activities. That is, if your business should get to a point where your business can now start investing on its own. Your business can buy shares. Your business can invest in bonds. Your business can invest in commercial paper. So when your business starts investing, the return from that investment and it comes back into your business is called cash flow from investing activities. We have cash flow from financing or from financial activity. Example, if you are raising funds, let's say we are talking about investment readiness. You are now at that point where someone wants to invest into your business. The person now brings money into your business. That's also a cash inflow into your business, captured as cash inflow from financial or finance activity. Then the last type of cash flow is cash flow from operating activity, which is cash flow from your usual business. If you are a fashion designer, your usual business is making clothes. The money that comes from that, you capture that as cash flow as well, but it's cash flow from operating activity. The last marker, I've just given you five, there are several, but these are the five major markers to know that you are ready for investment. The last one is you have a clear business model and impact. Before now, we used to talk so much about business plan. But we found out that business plan is not really so important, especially for startup companies. Business plan is how business plan came really to being. It was in the industrial age in the US, when there was a lot of meltdown and a lot of big businesses went down because of that financial crisis. So when these businesses wanted to go back into business, they needed fund. So they started approaching banks. These were big businesses, don't forget. So banks wanted to be sure that their monies will come back. As one of the requirements they gave them, they said, submit your business plan that will show how you want to pay back this money so that we are guaranteed that our funds will come back to us. That is how business plan came into being, right? So don't waste too much time working on business plan to start a business, right? A more friendlier alternative that your investors now major on, a lot of investors major on now, is called business model. And there is a tool called Canvanizer that you can use to create your business model canvas. I will show you a sample of what a business model canvas looks like, I think, in the next slide. Move to the next slide, please. Excellent. So a business model is simply a plan describing how a business intends to make money. It explains who your customer base is and how you deliver value to them, and the related details of financing. And the business model canvas lets you define these different components on a single page. Your business model canvas is a single page that shows your customer relationships, shows your partner network, shows your revenue model, and the rest. So go to the next slide. I think that should be the last slide so that I can leave room for questions. I'm supposed to just speak for 30 minutes. Please go to the next slide. But the problem is now that I can't see, it's so small. I don't know how to enlarge it so I can see. But this is what a business model canvas looks like. I'm just going to use my own, let me use my own slide here, the slide on my computer too. So your business model canvas would have different parts, all on the single page, right? You have key partners, key activities, value proposition. I want to show you, I did a business canvas for one of my businesses. Let me bring that out to use that to explain it. Okay, so this business, you can't see it because I don't know how to share this screen. So your business, there's a tool called Canvanizer. You can simply go to canvanizer.com. It's very easy to use. You can create your business model canvas with Canvanizer, right? So I have a Canvanizer for a business that I call Irubin, right? So under my key part, there are different segments. Customers, there are 7 different sections on the canvas. The first section is key partners. Who are those that I need to achieve this idea? What is this Irubin idea? The idea is just to under the value proposition. The value proposition will help you understand the idea. So value proposition is number 1, easy access to funds, right? Connect elite market, delivery of their product. So it's simply a business that wants to connect farmers rural farmers to urban market, right? More like a farm to market initiative, right? So we get the farmers to plant whatever the whether crop farmers or livestock farmers and all of that in the village, in rural areas like in Jos, in Bauchi, in the northern part, in Ibadan, in Oyo State, the Gari farmers and all of that. So you get these farmers in buckets, in pockets in different places. You create a niche market for them, you know, like a captive market of some sort. So they produce their materials. Maybe he's a cassava farmer now. His own is to plant the cassava, and it guarantees that on the day of his harvest, so we have a software that we use to monitor when is the harvest due. We know the quantity he has planted. On the day of the harvest, we have guys that will help him do the harvest, do the processing, and we sell directly from that market, from the village. It is us in charge. We'll take it from that village market and bring it to urban market, the likes of Lagos. And we have partnerships with stores, right, with major markets in Lagos. For livestock, we have fish farmers in the rural parts of Nigeria as well. We have maybe ram farmers, cow farmers. They do all of this. Theirs is to rear it and prepare it. Once the harvest time is there, ours is to kill, for in case of livestock right now, maybe chicken, kill, preserve, freeze, and then we ship from that market to urban market. We have buyers in urban market. Who are the buyers? Institutional buyers like restaurants, fast food joints, supermarkets, people that buy in bulk. So this is the idea. By showing you the business model canvas, you understand in full. You don't have to, because the logic is people don't have time to go through a lengthy document anymore. Give your investors something that they can look through in 2 minutes. They understand what you're talking about and they see it. So, in that business right now that I've just described to you guys, the first leg of the business is key partners. For you to make this thing happen, who are the partners that you need? Number one, we need logistic company, because when the farmers produce the products, a company has to move it from the village to the urban market. So partners, one of the partners that we need are logistic company. The next one that we also need banks, right? We need banks to help us with the funding process. We need insurance company, because insurance company, there's something called goods in transit insurance. As you are bringing the products from the village market to Lagos, what if armed robbers attack you and they take away all the chicken, the money, or what you were going? So sorry, it means the money is gone. So how do you safeguard this? One of the key partners you need in that process is insurance company. Another key partner that you need is the app or application developer. Someone that would, I just mentioned that they are supposed to log when they start the planting season, and let us know. The app will monitor. So we need to be able to sit down with app development companies and explain this to them so they can now develop a solution to help us make this happen. So that's another key partner that we need in that journey. So your business canvas essentially shows you all of these things at a go. And of course, it shows you what are the key activities involved in your business as well. What is the value proposition of your business? What are the customer relationships that you need? What are the customer segments that you serve? And also the revenue side of the business. Can you move to the next slide? I think this should be the last slide. I think so. Let me see. Is that the last slide?
Hi, Shay. Yes, this is the last slide.
Excellent. Thank you. So that's the end of my presentation. I will just open up for back to you, maybe for questions and feedback.
Hi, everyone. How has it been? So, for me, I did learn a lot and I was able to pen down some questions. And I think that you can now start sharing your questions in just post a comment. So, Shay, I hope you're ready for the questions because I am very sure that lots of questions are going to spring up. I think I will start with a question that I have. How do you
Okay.
arrive at knowing your monthly after tax income?
Okay, simple. So what you need to do is you start from your monthly income. So
Okay.
how much is your monthly income? First up, as a business owner, correct? No, no, as a business owner,
Yes.
you are right. Is that the
Yes, as a
question? As
business
a
owner.
business
Yes,
owner.
as a business owner.
So the first thing is, do you pay tax? So that's the first question. Because if you don't pay tax, you cannot arrive at your monthly after tax income, right? So as a small business owner, you should pay tax, and the big for you're not paying, you may not be paying company income tax, because for in the Nigerian structure, for you to pay company income tax, you need to make over 25 million. Your business must be making over 25 million per annum. So there's something called tax exemption for small businesses. So if your business is making less than 25 million naira per annum, you are exempted from tax. Government will not disturb you from company income tax. However, there are other kind of tax that you need to pay. Number one, personal income tax. So you are earning, you have staff. If you have staff in your business, let's say you have two or three staff, you need to go and register depending on the state that you are in. If you are in Lagos State, that's what is called LIRS, right? If you are in Ogun State, there is Ogun State Internal Revenue Service. Personal income tax goes to the state government, right? So they would help you. They will help you. They will help you with computation of what the tax, the minimum tax that you can start paying on each of your staff's salary. Let's say your salary is 100,000. They may say maybe 10% of that is what you pay as tax, but you cannot do that independent of tax authority. You need to register for tax, and then they can give you like a format. If you tell them you don't even have an accountant, but you want to start doing it yourself, they will first commend you, because not a lot of people will take that step to go. It's more like you going to report yourself. I want to be a good citizen. Do you understand? Right. But the long and short is, you need an accountant first. If you don't have an accountant, just go to revenue service and let them know that these are the number of staff that you have. This is their income. They will work out something for you, and you can use that as a yardstick. Did that answer your question?
Yes, you did. So I'm going to
Excellent.
take another question from one of the participants. So I don't know if you can see the question in the screen. She
Okay,
says,
how can a small scale fashion designer get customers and keep them coming? Question, right? Is that
yes, it's a question.
okay? So, the first thing about getting customers is you are not sent to everybody. You cannot attract every kind of customer. So, there's something called brand persona. You need to define your own customer segment. I worked with Diola Sego for like 3 years, right? And she's a luxury
Mhm.
designer, luxury brand. We don't, in fact, when I was there then, our entry level for wedding gown, entry level meaning the minimum amount that we can charge you for a wedding gown is 2 million naira. And I'm talking about, I left in 2016, right? So I'm talking about 2013-ish. So for you to come for us to make wedding gown for you, need to have minimum of 2 million. So she has chosen a niche, and then that's where she is. Right. So you need to define which niche are you trying to reach. That's the first thing. Right. Knowing the income level is very important. Income level of the niche that you're trying to reach. Number two, knowing where they are, right? Knowing platforms where you can reach them. For instance, now, if your niche market is a working class, this is how you define it though. Working class woman, or woman between the ages of 21 to 35, that earns not less than 300,000 monthly, so that she can afford my price points, because my price point is 25,000 to 35,000. So someone that earns 300K can afford a dress that is 35,000. It's just assumption. So when you are doing your brand persona, it is a set of calculated assumptions. You're just assuming, right, until you test the market. So once you have done that, the next thing is to now ask yourself, this kind of person, Where can I find them? Where can I find them? Meaning that example, online. Where can I find this kind of people online? A good place may be a platform like Dang, Diary of the Nigerian Girl. If I have any fashion designer that wants to capture people in that persona should look at that kind of platform. So if I want to make an advert, I can make an ad on that platform. If I don't even have money for art yet, I will join that platform and sometimes be looking at people, you know, we do it's called it may be unprofessional, but you can actually just look at them online, you know, profile them and DM sometimes. DM them. Another thing is go to your competitions page. Don't tell them that I told you. Go to your competition page. You see people that are frequent commenters on that platform. Those are your those are your potential customers because they are buying from your competitor already, right? You can what's your competitor doing to attract them? You can start imitating your competitor to attract them. Another thing that we take for granted, commenting in strategic places. A lot of people take social media for granted. You don't know the
Absolutely.
kind of
Absolutely.
assets that you have in your hand. Commenting, leaving strategic comments on posts is value. That's one of the things I use to grow my platform. Leaving out platform that I know that this is where my prospective customers can be. I've done my assignment, I've done the brand persona. This is where I think they can be. I go to such platforms, and when I'm commenting, I will leave the kind of comment that people will say, this guy must have a lot of sense. So they will click and check my comment out, and before you know it, they are following me. Before you know it, they are DMing me for things. So those are the ways that I think you can attract
Thank you
customers
so
as a small
much.
business.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was just like Sharon said, insightful. So we're going to take another question. I don't know if we can merge two questions, but let me see. So this is from Rebecca. She says, what are the risks associated with leveraging funds for investment purposes in the fashion industry?
I'm trying to understand the dimension of our question. This is a very
Yeah,
contextual question.
yes, it
What are
is.
the risks associated with leveraging funds? Do you mean taking funds from your business
Business and
to
investing them.
invest in investing in another kind of investment? Rebecca, if you want to help us with further explanation to your, but if that's what you're asking, what are the risks associated with taking funds from your business and then investing, or taking funds and investing in the fashion industry? So let me answer it from those two perspectives. Any kind of investment comes with risk, and you must be very conscious of that. As a matter of fact, someone said your investing philosophy should be 50, 30, 20. That same rule of 50, you can use that 50, 20, 30 for a lot of things. 50, 30, 20, meaning that 50% of your investment should be in low risk investments. Example of low risk investments are mutual funds, bonds, and all of that, commercial paper, and all those fixed income instruments that won't pay you so much interest, but you are sure, Okwema Bale, you won't lose your money. Right? Those are low. 50%. He said 50% of your investment should be in that. 30% should be in medium risk investment. Example of medium risk, stock, ETFs, and all of that. Then 20% should be in high risk. That is, it means if all you have is 10 million naira, in what you have, láyé lọ́run, is 10 million, and you want to invest that 10 million, don't put that 10 million in one place. Split into three. 50% of it goes into mutual funds. That mutual funds is more like no risk investment. It's very low. 30% is what you can put into stock, and 20% in high risk. High risk like crypto, like starting your own business too can be high risk. Especially if it's a business you are just starting. That's why a lot of investors would rather, a lot of venture capital and all of that, they have very strict rules for selecting startup businesses that they will invest in. So I hope I answered that question. So there are risks in every kind of investment. So you need to check first your own risk appetite, right? Are you willing to? All right. So I think I answered it. Oh,
Yes,
okay,
she
okay, okay.
did.
She just said something. Hold on. Taking funds from anywhere. Taking funds from anywhere, not
Yes,
necessarily from your business. Taking
from
funds
your
from anywhere
business.
to leverage your business. Let's be factual. If you see opportunities, right, you can always take advantage of opportunities. Just do your assignments and start small. That's what I encourage people. Let's say I see opportunity that in Abuja, I recently just moved to Abuja, and I see an opportunity that, there is a market for a particular product. I won't go and withdraw my savings to put in that kind of opportunity. What I will do is I will test with 20% the money I can afford to lose first. I will test it. If it is successful, if I became successful, then I can scale and increase it from there. That is always the mindset that you should approach investment with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was quite insightful. I think that we will take another question, but I'm going to merge two questions.
Okay.
So the first one says, how do I, this is Titi Lokwe, how will I determine my revenue when the sales are not stable?
Okay, just use the average figure. Average meaning that take the last 3 months, take the last 6 months. So if I want to know how much my business makes monthly, and say in January, I made my business made 50K. In February, it made 10K. In March, it made 15K. In April, it made 120,000. What I would do is I would take an average of it. I would just add all those figures together and divide by the number of months. I can plan with the average. That's how to know it. Usually, take 6 months. Do a calculation of the 6 months, divide it by six. Whatever you get is the average. You can base your planning on that amount.
Thank you so much. So I'm trying to move quickly. Christopher asked, how do we invest in bonds and stocks? What is the minimum
Okay.
cost to do so?
Okay, excellent. There is no minimum, especially for stock and bonds. Bonds in Nigeria, if you have 10,000 naira, excuse me, you can invest in federal government bond. Bond opens every month, usually the first 6 to 7 days of the month. So the one for March is closed now. The one for April would open from March 1st to like 6th or 7th. What is bond essentially, in case there's someone on this call that doesn't understand what it is? Bond is a loan that you as a person give to the government. You know, I say it humorously that Nigeria is owing me now. Nigeria is owing me. How can Nigeria be owing me? Just like Nigeria is owing China, just like they are owing IMF and all of that, they are owing me. Do you know why? Because I subscribe to federal government bond. Bond is a loan that you as an individual give to your government and they pay you an interest for that. So they open that cycle every month for you to invest in it. And how do you invest in it? A lot of banks in Nigeria have what is called asset management companies or fund managers or investment bank. Stanbic IBTC has it, First Bank has it, GT Bank has it, Zenith has it. So whichever bank you're using, just ask them for their asset management division or just Google it. If you want to use First Bank's own is called FBN Quest. UBA's own is called United Capital. Stanbic IBTC own is called Stanbic IBTC Capital. So just Google their names, go to their website, you can fill out the form, you can get their contact online, call them, and start the process. They'll just ask you to fill the form. When you fill the form, submit your document, which essentially will be your NIN, your ID, your government issued ID card, your utility bill, and your passport photograph. Those four items. Once you submit it, they open your account for you. You can start your investment. The way it also works, bonds and stock can bond is directly through to the debt management office through your stockbroker. But stock investing in stock is almost a similar process, right? They will open a stockbroking account for you as well. Once stockbroking account is open for you, they also give you permission. Just like when you open an account with GT Bank, you can download the GT app. They'll give you the username and password to use that app. The same way, if you open a stockbroking account with your stockbroker, they'll give you permission to their stockbroking app where you can now buy stock from stock from the Nigerian exchange of any company that you desire. So that is essentially how to invest in stock and bonds.
So here's Rebecca's question. Do we need to have an operational business before seeking investment to kickstart?
A lot of times, yes, you need to have a business, except the model is a grant. If what is being advertised is we want to give you a grant, then maybe like Tony Elumelu Foundation, they'll just ask you, you may even be in the idea stage of your business. As a matter of fact, Tony Elumelu invests into idea stage business mostly, right? You have not done anything, but a lot of venture capital, and other angel investors would look for businesses that are in their early stage, usually less than 3 years business. Your business needs to be registered and operational for angel investors to invest, or for um, venture capital to invest in them.
Thank you so much. So we have Titi Lokbai's question. She said, how will I handle it when my niche markets are not where I am and I try to collaborate with big designers, but the result is even worse? It's quite
Okay, so
dicey.
I totally understand this, right? Because for you to collaborate, this collaboration is powerful. People are generally selfish. All of us, we are selfish. If I want to collaborate with you, a lot of times I'm looking at what is the value. I don't want to be in a situation where I'm the one that has more value to offer, and there's really nothing. There is no catch. What is the catch for me to collaborate with you? Do you understand? So that answers that portion of collaborating with big businesses. So how do you reach your customers? The customers, when what I would advise for this kind of thing is, what about online? What about online? Another, that's one. Number two, what about someone who's already doing that thing in that space and just investing in what that person is already doing? Then you be a silent partner. I don't know the idea you're trying to push. This is just me talking from the top of my soul. If it's something we can both sit down and talk about, so that when I have proper context, I can properly guide you. But these are some of the things you can think about. And the collaboration, does it have to be with a bigger player? Can it be with someone at your level? Because it's easier to get someone at your level to collaborate.
Peer to
I'm
peer
sure there are
collaboration.
yeah, I'm sure there are people in your level who are doing that same thing in the
True.
place you are trying to reach. So look for them and collaborate with them. It's easier that way. Thank you.
Okay, so Oluwatobi, your question is nice. How can I start building processes, structures, and systems in my fashion brand? And what are the departments, the standard? Okay, so this question is something I can answer, but I would let
Please
Mr.
answer.
Shea talk
No,
about
please
it from
answer.
the monetary point of
Please
view.
answer. Whatever
But
you've
from
messed
the
up, I would add.
okay, so from the structural point of view, the first thing is, like you mentioned, identify your niche. Right now, you're going to walk backwards. How are you starting? This question is also very technical because we don't know at what scale you're starting out, right? But you also need to recognize that just like every other business, you need a team. You need the person in charge of your customers, which could be you. You need a person in charge of your products. You need to market your product. So, what are the things you need for your business? First of all, once you itemize it, then you can determine who is going to be in charge of it and what kind of structure you need. So, building processes, structures, and systems are quite important, but it would require it being tailor made to what your business offers and what you need at the moment. So you cannot build the kind of structure that a dealer has if you're just a year old as a business owner. So I don't know if that guides you, but we can take the conversation further beyond this platform. However, I would love if Mr. Shei also imputes to what I've shared.
Okay. I think you already answered, you literally already answered the question though, right? So you just need to look at where you are at the moment, just like you have said. And but typically, a fashion business, like any other business, would have the business department and the creative department,
Right?
right? Every business should have two different or two broad departments: the business department and the creative department. Or in other businesses, in other clients, we call it the technical department. So your business department is where you're talking about your HR, your accounts, your marketing, your sales. That is where they are. Then your creative department is okay, where your tailors are, where your creative director, if you're the creative director. And another thing, let me also quickly say this: you don't have to be the creative director of your business. You can have a creative director who is a senior member of your team as well, because you don't have to be skilled in creating designs to be a fashion entrepreneur, right? You can own a fashion business without knowing how to draw designs. The duty of an entrepreneur, the main duty is just to bring people together to run a corporation and make it profitable. So if that answers the question, kindly let's move to
Yes,
the
it
next one.
does. It does. So we have about two more questions, and then we'll round off this session. Can you please suggest platforms or resources for customer market research for my business model? Hmm.
What business is that? Is it a fashion business as well?
Yes.
Platforms that you can use. Well, there is none I can remember at the top of my head right now, but there is SME tool in Nigeria. There's one
Hmm.
SME tool that I think is championed by Lagos Business School.
Enterprise
SME
development.
toolkit. I use it at some point. Yes, you want to check that out, right? Well, you can DM me, so I would research this and then share some tools with you. I've been so focused on finance lately, so
Thank you so
but I'll
much,
be
Mr.
happy to share some with you. I would,
Okay,
yeah.
so another question is for a female who is into menswear and cannot rep what she does, meaning that she can't wear a product, how can she get sales?
Funny enough, this is a very strong. Komolafe, Deborah. This is a very strong point. You should be making money than the men in that business.
Themselves, I agree.
As a man, a lot of times, we prefer to do business more with the opposite sex. For instance, if I go to do massage, I prefer a woman to massage me. Why will a man be massaging, pressing my body? Please, 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 please. It's giving some kind of vibe. I prefer. I have a friend who does curtains and all of that, interior decoration and all of that. People are more inclined to work with female as far as you know what you're doing. So this is strength. Don't see it as a weakness, right? It's more of a strength, right? A woman, you use your social capital as a woman, or your sexual capital. Now, sexual capital, I also always need to break it down. Sexual capital is not sex. Sexual capital is just using your fine girl privileges or using your girl privileges to get what you want. Right? A lot of people are more disposed to doing business with women than men, especially in the times that we are in right now. Right? Get models to wear the clothes for you. Do you have to wear it yourself? Yeah, that's why we have male models all over the place. You can't afford to get male models. Get your friends who are male, who are guys, to wear the items, and then you can do that.
I think you answered that quite well. Leverage the fact that men would rather buy from women. If you sit down, I'm sure you would think of clever ways and creative ways to go about this. This is from Monica Benita. She says, in a situation where expenses are taking up funds that you make from business or work, or the work you do in fashion, and there's no room to save, what can one do?
Okay. So I think there's a part of my presentation that I forgot. I didn't put it. I
Okay?
didn't put it on the slide because I was conscious
And
of
it's
time.
like,
It's what is called business in business opportunities. Right. A lot of people message me and tell me things like, "I earned 70,000 naira. How can I save? Like, guide me on how to save." I'm a very realistic teacher. In the Nigeria of today, 70,000 naira is too small an income to even spend than you talking about saving from it. What I used to say to them is save yourself first before you think about saving. Right? In the same way, if your business is not making enough, the first priority is not savings, is not all of this, the first thing is to think about it. How can you look for opportunities within your business? Right? Don't I necessarily do not encourage people to side hustle. The concept of side hustle doesn't always mean going outside your business entirely. Sometimes you can create side hustles from your current business. Example, you are a fashion designer and you see that you're not really making sales. One of the things you can do, can you start doing training for people? That is a business in business opportunity, right? You are a fashion designer who does bespoke items, but suddenly people are not bringing items to you to make. Can you start doing ready to wear, right? Ready to wear doesn't have to be clothes, business doesn't have to be business dresses alone. What about going to schools and making uniforms? What about doctors? What's that clothes that doctors wear? What's it called?
Scrubs.
As the name is. And what about
Scrubs.
scrubs? Can you make that? What about clothes they wear in hotels? It is people that make all these things as well. So you need to think about business and business opportunities. What about collaboration opportunities? You're a fashion designer. Can you get someone who does a business that is related to your business, leather goods business, someone that makes clothes, that you make clothes? Look for someone who makes shoes and collaborate with that person, right? Look for event planners. You can collaborate with event planners. They are planning events. Probably know the family, right? In that family, can you, in case they ask for any recommendation of a designer or something, can you also recommend me? So collaborative opportunities are always there. Opportunities to make extra income are always there as well, without necessarily going out of your business.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shea. So we have just one more question, at least I think two. So I'm just going to ask those questions. Sorry, guys, we're not going to take more questions. And I think once you're done answering these two questions, would like you to share how participants can connect with you, because I'm sure that many of them would need your services. They would need to speak with you for personal investment opportunities as well as for their businesses. So I'm just going to share the two questions. First one says, so is there a database for angel investors or investors in general that new
Yes.
businesses can approach for investment?
Yes, in Nigeria, we have what is called the Lagos Angel Network, LAN, Lagos Angel Investor Network. Just Google it. If you are in Abuja, there's Abuja Angel Investors
Angel
Network.
investors.
If you are in London, there is London Angel Investors Network. Just put it on Google, Angel Investors in Nigeria. It will show you. There are several organizations where you can meet angel investors, because the sad reality is people have money, they are just careful. They don't want to lose it. So they are looking
True,
for trustworthy businesses that are ready, that will help them to grow their wealth.
true. Thank you so much for sharing. Second question, similar to the other one that you discussed earlier. How can I promote my online store to reach my target market?
Okay, first is you need to find out where your target where your target market are. Those people that are trying to reach, where are they? Once you know that, it's easier to reach them. Example of ways that you can reach them: find out the platform where they are, right, where they frequent the most, right? Online now, which blog do they go to the most? So that gives you an idea of where to, if you want to do marketing, you want to do social media promotion, or you want to pay a platform to put your ads up or to create content for you. Those are the platforms that you are going to be using. Right. Another way is, of course, a lot of us don't know how to do targeting with social media ads, right? You don't have to do all these things yourself. You can outsource to people who are experienced in that. If you see that your own ad is not converting, because it's not just clicking on that promote and then you think you have done ad, you need to seek professional guidance, people who are skilled in this thing, who know how to choose the metrics. Of course, you need to understand your target market first so that you can sit with them. You need to have a meeting with them first, explain your target market to them. Then they can help you set parameters on your ad to reach this market. Then another one is, let us not also overly concentrate on online. Online market is not the only market. As a matter of fact, if you take the statistics, a lot of customers are not online in Nigeria. Wow, who will reach those ones? There are some products that Physical marketing is still required. Attending networking events, going to offices, all those traditional things, getting marketers. I've had to work with a business when I review the person's business model. It's more of a touch point. The person needs a touch point kind of marketing arrangement. We needed to hire sales representatives, people that will physically go to places and deposit brochures, deposit flyers, talk to people one on one, and all that. So you need to know what is working for your business and then do it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shea. So finally, please introduce or share with us how participants can connect with you beyond this platform.
All right.
For those who registered, we have your emails. We definitely shared the Instagram handle, but Mr. Shea, your email and also your website or platforms that people can reach you on.
Okay. So to reach me, if you want to, you can send an email. So Sheyi the assistant, Sheyi DE assistant at gmail.com. My website is currently under processing. So maybe in the next 1 month. So I'm doing some upgrade on it. So you can't reach me on my website for now. And you can also reach me on Instagram. I'll respond. I get a lot of messages, so sometimes I take my time to respond, because I have work to do. So that's not what I do full time. But you can always reach me on Instagram, Sheyi the assistant on Instagram. You can reach me on LinkedIn. Because on Twitter, I'm not active on Twitter, but on Instagram, I'm very active. On LinkedIn, I'm very active. On recently on Thread and on TikTok as well. I just became active as well. So Sheyi the assistant is where you can reach me on. And I'm happy to guide you, especially when it's your finance and business journey.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really believe that we've all learned a lot from this session. So, would like to thank you, Mr. Shea, for
Thank you.
spending time with us this afternoon, this morning or afternoon, depends on where you have from around the world. And yes, I wish we could all just show our appreciation, but you can't see people's expressions right now, just mine. So thank you, Mr. Shea. Thank you for being here. We're delighted to have had your session. And yes, please connect with Mr. Shea on Instagram.
Thank you
The
so much.
details are on display on the screen. And we look forward to feedbacks from participants, and we'll definitely share these feedbacks with you. Thank you for being here. And
Thank
if
you
you're
so
ready to
much.
excuse
Thank you.
yourself,
Thank you.
we we're ready to have you excuse yourself, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Shane.
All right. Thank you so much,
Okay,
everyone, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye.
and you too. Bye. Okay, guys, I think that was insightful. Power packed. I agree. I agree. Rebecca, yes, it was. It was insightful. It was part packed, and I love the fact that many of you asked questions. For those who do not have any question or who are still ruminating on what is shared, or if you feel or if you felt overwhelmed, please ensure that you reach out to him on social media or via email, and I'm very sure that he would provide more support when necessary. Females in businesses or fashion businesses especially, we need as much support when it comes to money, numbers, figures, finance. Many of us get overwhelmed by this, by money, just talking about numbers, tax, legals, and getting funding, pitching your business, investors. You start to shy away from conversations like this, but we need to do the hard work. To do the right thing, usually it means doing the hard work. So I really hope that this session was great. And I'm now going to introduce the moderator for the next session. She's a dear friend and industry colleague. I think she's ready to join us live. I am super excited about this next session because we have amazing speakers with over 60 years pulled together in the industry, creative space, and the fashion industry. So, brother is joining us right away. Hi, Ro.
Hi.
It's great to have you here.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. It's been such
Okay.
a wonderful session. I've
Right.
been listening in and it was so good, and I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad to be moderating the first panel session for today. So I think that we'll just start with reading out the bios of the
Yes,
speaker,
please.
and
Yes.
then we'll bring them up.
Yes.
Um, So I would just start with the flow that is in front of me. I can't really see if all the speakers are in, but you can just confirm with me, so that I just read out the exact bios.
You're unmuted. My apologies. So we're waiting on Mai to join us shortly, but
Okay,
we have
we
all
can
other
start.
speakers. Yes, we can.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So the first speaker for today is Mimi Chima. Born in Lagos, Nigeria, Mimi Jeannie Kachichima is a visionary fashion designer from a loving family of 4 children and hails from Imo. She is married to Mr. Kelechi Chima, and she serves as the founder and creative director of Mimi Castle. I mean, if you know the brand, you know the brand, right? Academic pursuits include a bachelor's and master's degree in economics. After obtaining a degree, she embarked on a fulfilling career journey, working in customer experience and telesales at Jumia. And this experience shaped her interpersonal skills and a customer-centric mindset, which she earned into our business. So her passion for arts and a profound desire to explore the world of fashion led her to pursue an additional degree in fashion design. And this fusion of economics and design laid the foundation for her unique perspective, um, in the intersection of business creativity within the fashion industry. In 2019, our exceptional design talent earned her recognition as she emerged victorious in the prestigious Nivier Nosos competition, which further earned an internship with the renowned Maya Tafel. So I think that today's panel session is going to be interesting. And likewise, a Rotaract Prize of Honor for Fashion. Armed with her newfound expertise and an unwavering entrepreneurial spirit, Mimi took a bold step and officially launched her eponymous fashion brand, Mimi Castle, in 2019. A label which is an embodiment of elegance, sophistication, and sustainability, quickly gained recognition for its distinctive designs that celebrated beauty, the beauty of women from diverse cultures. Her brand has captured the hearts of the renowned Sarah Jakes, Deepa Dan, Melitiako, and a lot of A-list Nigerian celebrities and prestigious women across the globe. The BB Castle brand in 2013 held its first independent fashion show, one of the first kind of its experiences, with models walking over water, which birthed their latest collection, A Piece of Me. The brand's rise to prominence was further followed by strategic partnerships with reputable companies like GT Bank, Mavis Music, Filmhouse Group, SRS Group, demonstrating Mimi's ability to forge impactful collaborations within the industry. Driven by a desire to empower aspiring entrepreneurs, Mimi is actively involved in mentorship programs at the prestigious Tony Elumelu Foundation, and through this role, she impacts wisdom, experiences, and knowledge, inspiring the next generation of creative minds to pursue their dreams and courage with resilience. With a huge round of applause, can we welcome Mimi up the podium? Oh, I see that the speakers are up already. But in the comment section, let's just begin to give a round of applause, begin to give show excitement. Yes, yes. I want to see more. I can see some, but I think we can do more. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so our next panelist is Mrs. Femi Olayebi. Femi Olayebi is a visionary handbag and accessory designer, mentor, and the driving force behind the renowned Femi handbags brand, transitioning from a translator to a creative entrepreneur. A journey began in 1992. Can I see a wow in the comment
Wow.
section? A
Wow.
wow. In 1992, with the crafting of a diaper bag for her first daughter, igniting her passion for design and craftsmanship. With an unwavering commitment to excellence, Femi has established herself as a trailblazer in the Nigerian leather industry, renowned for her vibrant and distinctive creations. Her bold color-infused pieces have gained acclaim both locally and internationally. earning her numerous awards and accolades. In 2008, Femi was selected as one of the inaugural Goldman Sachs 1,000 Women Scholars, propelling her into a transformative entrepreneurial program at the Enterprise Development Center in Lagos. In 2010, she showcased her brand at Pure London, a significant milestone that prompted the rebranding of her line to Femi handbags, solidifying her position as a leading figure in the global accessories market. Her exceptional craftsmanship and innovative designs soon caught the attention of MBA students at the Pan-Atlantic University in Lagos, further cementing her status as a business visionary. In 2017, Femi embarked on her most ambitious venture yet, founding the Lagos Lega Fair, a groundbreaking platform aimed at promoting homegrown talent and addressing industry challenges. With the support of strategic partners like the Bank of Industry, the fair has gained international acclaim, propelling Nigerian craftsmanship into the global stage.
Hi,
Not
Ron.
content with local
I'm so
success.
sorry for cutting you short.
I think there's an
There's an
echo.
echo. Yes. Do you have a mobile phone connected or anything?
I'm not sure if that's coming from me. I think maybe someone's mic might be muted. Okay. It's better. Okay, great. So not content with local success, Femi expanded her footprint by opening her flagship store in Lagos, and showcasing her designs at prestigious events such as the London Fashion Week, the Crochet Trade Show in New York, and commitment to empowering women in business led to collaborations with initiatives like She Trades. I think we still have the echo. I'm not sure why.
Hi, Ron.
Okay. Did we try again?
Okay. Okay. Rhoda, please can you proceed? Wow. Okay.
Is there still an echo?
Yes. Okay. Should we try, please? It's still there.
So we're not sure where it's coming from. But
Should we try to leave and come back in?
okay, somebody has to listen. Yes, I think we can try that.
Okay.
So sorry for this.
There's still an echo.
Can you hear an echo, Mr. Femi?
Yes.
Yes, I can still hear an echo. Okay. Rhoda, please can you proceed? I think it's better.
Maybe if everybody mute their mics and only the person speaking can the echo is still there.
Okay. I think it's much better now. Yes, okay. All right, so introducing our next panelist is Mrs. Olushola Babatunde. She's the CEO of One Stop Celebration, popularly known as OSC. If you didn't know what OSC stands for, now you know what she stands for. And OSC stands at the forefront of the African fashion industry. Leveraging her expertise, she serves as the principal consultant and creative director of OSC. She envisioned creating a thriving fashion environment in Africa and has actively taken steps to realize this vision, enhancing her knowledge of fashion along the way. In education, Mrs. Babatunde's journey is distinguished by a wealth of certifications and international exposure. Holding the title of a certified master trainer, she honed her skills as a sewing machine operator certified by the IL and FS Institute of Skills in India. Her entrepreneur acumen is further underscored by an advanced business certificate from Andrea's Business School, Barry University, Miami, Florida, and a computer-aided design and manufacturing trainer certificate from Rich Peace in China. Beyond our extensive knowledge of fashion design and manufacturing, Mrs. Babatunde is financially savvy, a Goldman Sachs scholar, and an alumni of the Entrepreneur Development Center of the Pan-Atlantic University. She holds a BSc in Banking and Finance from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, coupled with a Fashion and Marketing certificate from Central St. Martin's in London. Her multifaceted training positions her as a leader with a global perspective in the dynamic landscape of fashion and entrepreneurship. Mrs. Babatunde's entrepreneurial endeavors extend beyond OSC. She's the visionary founder of OSC College of Fashion, a hub for training and empowering individuals destined to make a lasting impact in the fashion industry. As a master certified trainer, she shares her extensive knowledge with aspiring fashion entrepreneurs, offering a curriculum that seamlessly blends creativity, innovation, and business acumen. She has held leadership roles in the industry, including serving as the past National Publicity Secretary for the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, that's FADAN, and as one of the board of trustees of the Association of Fashion Practitioners in Nigeria. She's a proud member of the Nigerian Textile and Garment Manufacturers Association, contributing to initiatives in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Textile Garment Manufacturers MOU, aimed at revitalizing the industry. Mrs. Babatunde's philanthropic efforts also extend to founding of the Nigerian Garmenting Group, collaborating with the government empowered agencies and NGOs to provide fashion training scholarships. Our involvement in selection panels for prestigious scholarship programs include Goldman Sachs 1000 Women, attest to our role in shaping the future of the fashion industry. Can we please give her a round of applause? So I think that we would start and go into the questions. I don't know if our final
We'd love
panelist
to
is
see
on the
your
call.
faces, ma'am. We can we can
I'm in
see
a
you.
very noisy place. I'll just
Okay.
make you see my face briefly. I
Okay.
had an emergency call to be at the embassy, so I'll
Hi,
just show
Mimi.
my
Can we see
face.
your face too?
Okay, amazing.
Great,
Thank you
ma'am.
so much, everyone. Thank you. I mean, just reading through the bios, I think that this panel session is going to be so empowering, so inspiring. I mean, we can tell that we're in a room of women who have put in the work and, they've done amazing work in the fashion industry across different layers. Reading through the bios, I was hearing about business acumen. I was seeing a lot of empowerment. I was seeing a lot of, cross-border work, a lot of work with, government and agencies. And, I'm just saying to everyone who's joining us today that, as we start to ask the questions, I want you to have your hearts completely open, have a pen somewhere where you actually jot down things. Do not be casual about this panel session. Thank you so much to every one of our panelists for joining us this morning. So we'll just start with a quick introduction. I mean, I know I have read our bios, but it's something very powerful about listening to the stories of other people. So I wanted to start with a brief introduction of just your journey into the fashion and the creative industry. We can read the bios and it's all put together, but behind the scene, we know that a lot of behind the scene work. A lot of work goes in behind the scene. So we want to start with just, just sharing with us what that journey was like. Maybe something a bit unconventional beyond what is here already. It would be great. And I think that I will start with the first person that I see, Mrs. Femi. So we'll just start with an introduction. Just share with us how you got into the creative industry, into the fashion industry, and what skills have helped you or helped you at the foundation of building your fashion business. Mr. Femi, can you hear me? Okay, so I think that there might be a freeze on our end. So we will then move to Mimi.
Hi, Rhoda.
Am I
Good
being
morning.
unmuted? Good morning. Okay, okay. I was wondering if it was my reception.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you.
Would love to see your face, Mimi. Good morning.
I'm so sorry. At the moment, I may not be able to use my camera because I had an emergency as well, which I earlier communicated to the team. So I may not be able to use my camera at this time.
Okay, but we can continue. I think we can still continue with the conversation.
Okay.
So, a brief introduction of how you got into the creative industry, what that journey has been like, and what tools or skills helped you at the foundation of starting your business. So, I think we'll start with Mimi, then we go to Mrs. Femi, and then Mrs. Shola would round that up for us.
Okay, thank you very much. So I started sometime in 2017. That was before I gained admission into the university. I thought, okay, I already had an idea on how to braid hairs. How about I just try something else? Because in my head, I felt I could do almost everything by myself, and then I could add sewing to it as well. And I used to have issues with my tailors making so much adjustment to my fit, and then they weren't getting the message I was passing across to them in terms of style and fit. So I ventured into it, went to a roadside tailoring store where I enrolled. And then at the time, I think after a couple of months, I gained admission into the university to study economics. That was in 2018. And so I used to go to school whenever there was the ASU strike. I'd go back to the roadside store while I was learning tailoring. And I did that on and off while I was in university. And then afterwards, I graduated from school, went for NYSC, decided to go to another store to learn furthermore, and then I got a job. My first job, it was with Jumia. I was customer service. I was in customer service department. So from there, I decided, okay, there's a platform where I can sell the stuff that I make. I proceeded to selling some of the pieces that were really easy to wear on the Jumia platform. And I enrolled again because I mean I like to learn a lot. I enrolled for master's degree in economics at the University of Lagos. I was still going to school, Unilag, where I was studying economics, and then I was still working the 9 to 5, and then I was still sewing. At that time, I had a couple of people to assist, 1 or 2 people, and after some time, I decided, okay, I think we should go fully into this. I had graduated from my master's program. I had also gone to another fashion school. That's the third one now in Abuja. That's in Abuja. That's in Abuja. So afterwards, I said, okay, I think I have enough to proceed to business. and then I started off with my own business. So that's how I ventured fully into fashion. I resigned in 2018 to venture fully into fashion, and that was in 2019. So that's like a brief introduction of how I ventured into fashion.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hear a lot of things from what you've said. I mean, I hear a lot
Sorry.
of
Yeah, what's the
learning
issue?
and
We're going inside
learning.
this place now. No, this is not where the this is not the
I hear a lot of learning and learning and learning and learning, both professionally in terms of fashion design and education wise. And I think that again, that's something to note. Of course, not everybody has to go through that, but I think that knowledge is a very important foundation. With starting anything, it's always great to have a bit of knowledge, even as you start. So we'll go next to Mrs. Femi. Your introduction into the creative industry, how you started, and maybe some skills that have helped you build the foundation of your business.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much, Damilola, for inviting me to this session, and well done. I see Shola, who is an Amazon in her own field. So it's always good to be in such great company. For me, it's probably I feel like a veteran here when I heard Timmy talk about starting in 2017. But hey, so my journey started 32 years ago, pretty much. And I would say that business happened to me because I didn't have any intention of going in that direction. I always wanted to be a translator. So I did everything that you need to do to become one. So I went to translating school. I studied French for my first degree, studied French as a second degree, and then went off to do a master's in translation in Strasbourg in France. I then came back and expected, just imagine that jobs would be rolling in. So this is this freshly minted young kid arriving back in Ibadan thinking that the world was just going to fall over her, but that didn't quite happen, and I guess God had other plans. So fast forward, I'm expecting a baby, and I go baby shopping, and there's one last thing on my to-do list, and that's a baby bag. Can you hear me well? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Yes,
we
we
can.
can.
Okay, all right. So it's a baby bag or a diaper bag, whatever you want to call it. And I couldn't find any that I liked, so I decided to make one for myself. What had happened was all the times, so jobs were few and far between. Translation jobs were few and far between. So whenever there was a downtime, I'm this very restless soul. I would try and do something with my hands. So one of the things I learned to do was learn how to sew. So when I couldn't find a baby bag, I automatically thought, you know what, why don't you make one yourself? And so I tried my hands at making a baby bag. And I think that's really where my story begins, that baby bag that I made in 1992. So I started gifting out baby bags just for the fun of it. And thanks to a dear friend, my best friend at the time, of blessed memory now, her name is Yemisi. She must have seen something that I didn't see clearly. And she said to me, you know what, you need to stop being Mother Christmas, you need to do something with this. And she went ahead, registered a name for me, and that's my World of Bags, so that's my company name. I had no clue about how to run a business, but she registered everything. She went to CAC, she did all that she needed to do, and there was Femi trying to run a business the best way she knew how. And that's really how I started to run my business. So this is way back when there were not, I don't know anyone else that was making bags at the time, but there I was just enjoying myself, experimenting with everything that I had, or every type of material I had at my disposal, enjoying myself. But the best part was actually making some money while doing something I really, really loved. So I started taking part in exhibitions, lots of exhibitions. So I must have participated in exhibitions for about 5 years. So I did that over a long time. And then I guess I started getting noticed. I started getting noticed I think first of all because of the excellence of our work, even at that early stage. But then we started getting invited by embassies to come and showcase. We started getting invited by companies, most of them international, to have tea parties in their homes, and pretty much that's how my foray into the creative industry started. And this business was just not going away. And so 30 years on, 32 years on, I still find myself doing what I love.
Hi, Ro. Are you there? Seems like there's a freeze. Hi. Okay. Can anybody hear me? I'm not even sure. Okay. So these are one of the things that. Can
I
anybody
can
hear
hear
me now?
you.
Oh, okay,
I
great.
can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. So I think brother is experiencing some network issues.
Yeah, these things
So
happen.
thank you
However
so much,
hard we
Mark, for
try.
sharing that. If you don't mind me just asking, would you have proceeded with the business if you didn't have your business registered as a gift?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
So I said, would you have proceeded with your business if you did not have your business registered as a gift to you?
I what God meant me to do, because if I wasn't doing that, I'll probably be the translator that I really wanted to be. But really, only God can tell, you know. But I know that I definitely had this creative bones in my body because even as a child, I would piece things together all the time, and that's probably what led me to trying to even learn how to sew in the first place. You know, when I didn't have work to do at the time, when I wasn't finding jobs. So I was freelancing as a translator at the time, and I did it. I really did love it. But I did expect that I was going to end up at a place like the United Nations. You know, I had all these big dreams. I'll get married, you know, have kids, you know, and live happily ever after. But life does happen to you, you know. So I honestly can't imagine doing anything else now, because even now, I still feel such a thrill, you know, at doing what I do.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing that, Mark. So I'm just going to say that Mrs. Shola is currently unable to unmute for a few minutes. She's going to join us.
I can
Okay,
quickly
Mark.
talk,
Oh,
actually. God
yes.
just
Okay.
intervened.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Okay, so I
All
can
right, Mark.
quickly talk. I'll keep it short. Okay, so mine is actually divine. So when I gave my life to Christ, I asked God, what did He create me for? And after serious asking, I had a dream. So that day, in the dream, a a man was showing me around a huge factory and a school. And I saw that I was teaching a girl in a hijab how to sew. And I did not know how to sew. So I asked him, how come I'm teaching her how to sew? I don't know how to sew. And he said, when you wake up, you go and learn. So I woke up, I wrote down everything I saw in the dream. I resigned from work and I went to learn how to sew. So I first learned in Nigeria. Then I've been all over the world learning. So I've been to, like everything that was read in my profile. So that's basically how I started on my journey into fashion. So I read banking and finance. So I should have ended up working in the bank, but God intervened to show me what He created me for. Because I asked that how come I'm so good at anything I see, I don't forget. I'm very creative. I was the go-to person for what to wear. I could combine outfits that other people would normally not have known how to combine. And that was what led me to ask that question, especially after reading a book the purpose driven life. So I wanted to know my purpose. So that's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Welcome back,
much for.
brother.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Um, Thank you so much for that. Our final panelist is in the building. So we're just going to do a quick read of his bio as we welcome him up to join the conversation. So Mr. Oyemai Atafo, popularly known as Maya Atafo, is a prominent figure in the Nigerian fashion industry, celebrated for his exceptional talent as a fashion designer and tailor. His journey from corporate roles to the world of fashion has been nothing short of remarkable. From training with a master tailor from Savile Row to building a fashion brand called Atafo, synonymous with luxury and style. His brand is renowned for its expertise in crafting custom-made suits and classic attires for both gender, with a particular emphasis on wedding and evening gowns. His meticulous craftsmanship has propelled the brand to global recognition and earned him admiration from fashion runways across the world. His first significant break came when he styled celebrity performance on Celebrity Takes Two Dance. That was a dance reality show. His creative approach and eye for fashion quickly gained attention, leading to multiple opportunities in the industry. He established his clothing label, My Atafo Inspired, now known as Atafo, which captured the art of celebrities like Omowumi Akinifesi, Banky W, Ike Osadua. He served as a fashion editor for Genevieve magazine, further solidifying his presence in the fashion world. Matafo's exceptional talent and contributions to the fashion industry have not gone unnoticed. He has received several awards, several accolades, including the Designer of the Year at the 2013 Glitz Style Awards, Menswear Designer of the Year at the 2015 Enikim Lagos Fashion and Design Week. In 2017, he was honored with a Style and Fashion Awards for Lifestyle Fashion Icon Achievement. Beyond his endeavors, he has also made a mark as the strategy director at the advertising agency Firehouse Group and the MC for Miss Nigeria pageant in 2010.
Wow.
His commitment extends beyond fashion. I mean, he's done a lot of work in, empowerment with the Follow My Heart campaign in partnership with Moye and Shandon, emphasizing the importance of following one's heart in making life's decision. He's showcased at prestigious events. I'm sure we all know about them, from Arise Fashion Week to Lagos Fashion and Design Week to Glitz Fashion Week in Ghana, Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week Africa, J Spring Fashion Show in Paris. In conclusion, my Tafo's journey is a testament to the power of following one's passion and the pursuit of excellence in one chosen field. He's dedicated to the art of fashion, and his dedication has made him a true icon in the industry, and his work continues to resonate with fashion enthusiasts and connoisseurs across the world. So with a round of applause, let's welcome my Tafo to the conversation.
Oh, wow.
Welcome. So we just started. We were sharing a bit about how we got into the industry, and we've heard a lot of stories. I mean, I think one of the things that I shared at the beginning was, when sharing about how we got into the industry, beyond everything that was written here, all the professional lingos, there's always a lot of work that went behind the scenes. So, I mean, you can just, do a brief introduction and just share about how you came into the industry, any interesting story behind the scene that prompted you into your journey in the creative industry.
I think my journey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I think my journey into the fashion industry was the very unconventional one because I didn't start out wanting to be a fashion designer. I actually had a proper job, did a 9 to 5 for almost 9 years before I decided to start fashion full time. So I didn't always dream this. This wasn't part of the script. But from the moment it became something that I considered myself doing, I committed myself to it and tried to be the best I could be in this particular field. So the journey to fashion, I mean, like most fashion designers, Nigerian fashion designers, we never think about the business part of things. We just think about it as something we love to do and want to do. And that's how it started for me. But it quickly moved on to something that I had to be able to make a living from. So whilst I like to make clothes and get the recognition, it was something that I thought you should try to make money from. And that's where the value end of things started coming in. As someone that was not trained, faced a lot of, we'll call them setback or issues because I didn't know how to do a lot of the things when it comes to garment construction or tailoring, cutting, or any of those things. Um, but I said there's information everywhere for you to be able to use. So I'm back on training where I brought in a master tailor to train me here in Nigeria twice. I decided to go to Milan to fashion school at a point in time in 2015 to go and study. And but the real studying came from life, came from doing something and ensuring that you do it to the best standard that there is, not the best standard that you can. Because you are selling a good, you're selling products, and people have to see it because there's something to compare those things with. I don't want you to hold my garment and think that there could be something better than that. So I always strive to do the best that I can do in terms of my products. Not to forget that people buy into brands everywhere around the world. So building a brand that had a reputation for excellent craftsmanship and impeccable tailoring and great design was something that I strive for. And that has been the core of the Atafo brand from a later on in the brand life to date as we have it. So that's my story, pretty much. I think I
Amazing.
covered everything I can.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I think I hear one thing across, all of our panelists today, and I hear a lot of, seeking knowledge and, striving for excellence. And I think that that's one of the major things that I want us to, for everyone who's listening to sort of live with. Everybody here has spoken about how at one time or the other, they had to step out or extend beyond what they knew to acquire new knowledge, whether it be technical knowledge, business knowledge, that investment in knowledge, and also the thing about striving for excellence, where, everybody who's on this panel session is an industry leader. And I think that one thing that, or two things that I'd say pierce them together is, seeking knowledge and pursuing excellence. And I think that that's something that we should take, one thing that we should note. And moving on, I just want us to touch a bit on challenges. Of course, we're in Nigeria. A lot of us have had our business for years. I'm sure that there's so many things that we can speak about, so many challenges that we can highlight. But as industry leaders, as business owners, what are some of the biggest challenges you face? And I think that I would want us to maybe shed a bit light on maybe challenges we faced at the beginning, because I know that a lot of the people who are joining us today are, emerging 0 to 5 years or slightly above that. So what are some of the challenges that you faced, running your business? And, what are some of the things that you've seen as solutions to these challenges? It could be maybe challenges that are unique to your industry or to the part of the industry that you play in, because I know that we have leather goods here, we have production, we have fashion design, or just general challenges that you face running a creative business in Nigeria. And what solutions have you highlighted or created along the journey that has helped you? So I think that we would just go back to the same order that we started with. So Mrs. Femi, Mrs. Femi, Mimi, Mrs. Shola, and then and we can just make it. Sorry, Arika?
Okay, so for me, let me. Everybody goes through the challenge of high energy costs. So that's nothing new to any of us. But and I'm sure that I speak for everyone also if I talk about the challenge of logistics. So one of the biggest challenges we faced is just simply shipping our goods from here to other countries, and it's especially because of the high rates. So even though we have an SME arrangement with DHL, with FedEx, it still turns out to be very expensive, and that's because for us, our goods are not weighed, and then they're not priced on the basis of weight, but priced on the basis of volume. So we get volumetric charges all the time, and how do you begin to pass that on to the customer at every stage? So it becomes really expensive, and sometimes you're paying almost half the price of the bag to ship. Apart from that, it's easier to ship to Europe, to Vancouver or to Switzerland than it is to ship to Kenya or South Africa or Accra, where we have quite a few customers. So that's one. Of course, operational cost is quite another. And sometimes you find that even in a month, you're probably even spending more than you're making, and that can be really, really frustrating. But I think that what tops the list the most is the shortage of skilled artisans, and I'm sure I speak for everybody. In the leather industry, for example, I've always believed that the crafting of leather is the highest type of craftsmanship. So if you can be an excellent leather maker, you can be a fantastic tailor. So if you can get it right with leather, you really pretty much can get it right with everything. So it's the shortage of highly skilled artisans that has really, really been a challenge for us. We've trained, but we find that a lot of the younger people these days are not interested in following that path. They want to do something different. They're interested in immediate gains, and they're not necessarily interested in following a 3-year course, for example, that is going to arm them with these amazing skills. So what we've tried to do is, through our trainings, try to change the mindset, because I think that it's when you begin to see leather craftsmanship as a dignified skill, as something that you do, it's a thing of honor. Then you begin to look at it differently, and because of that, unfortunately, we find that the highest skilled artisans are from different countries where the work ethic, of other African countries, where the work ethic is completely different, where they're more patient, where they're very proud of the work that they do, and in our factory, excellence is the watchword. Excellence is just part of the culture at the factory, at the office, so I find that the biggest issue is really the people issue. And then the talent pool is shrinking so much that outside of the artisans, even when you're looking for graphic designers, you're looking for assistant creators, even content creators. Damilola can attest to that. It's been such a struggle, So I think that for me, I don't know about anybody else. It's really the people that we've been getting the right people, getting the right talent on board has been our greatest issue. I always say that it's not about the machines or, I call them the 3 M's: man, money, machine, and money falls at the bottom of that list, because when you've got man right, you've got machine right. Honestly, money would come.
That's a good one. I'm taking that. Man, machine, money. I'm owning that. So I hope somebody else is taking that. And I think that that's somewhat. I think that that's an excellent formula. Because if you, like you said, if you have man right, you have machine right, it becomes easy to make money. And I do agree that, with some of the challenges that have been highlighted, thankfully, we have Obsidian Advisory trying their best to help with upskilling some of the talents that we have, in the creative industry. Hopefully we get there soon. Mai, do you want to share a bit on, challenges that you face with running your brand?
I think that I will sound very Nigerian and say Femi has said it all because she literally mirrored exactly what I'm going through. So if I'm going to say it, I'm just going to repeat her everything she said. Because like I said, Damilola is trying to help me out, and she's literally nailed every single thing I'm going through right now. In terms of growing my brand, the issues that she said are the same thing. I also think on the other hand, so I won't repeat what she has said. I'll just move to any other thing that she hasn't said. I think the other thing is that as fashion entrepreneurs in this country, it feels like you're swimming against the tide. Because everywhere else in the world, it feels like there's something that is made to support people in certain industries. In our own case, we create the support system. We that need the support are creating the support system. So like someone like Femi with Leather Week, you know, it would be nice if someone was giving her that platform, but she's creating the platform when she's inadequate because she doesn't have resources to deliver on what she has to deliver. And the bodies that are meant to be responsible for things like this or recognize things like this and support, they do not. Okay. I hate to say the G word here, but like the government is literally not doing anything about it. And this segment is always fully underlooked. Then there's also something about even the corporate bodies not recognizing fashion as something that can be big and sensational for them as brands. And I think that that's one of the pillars that I've tried to sit on of late, with me trying to do a standalone fashion show and doing it at the highest level that there is globally, so that they see it. And when the conversation of can we leverage a fashion show for something, they kind of like understand what we talk about when we talk about the scale of what we want to do. So it's not just a dream, it's a dream that we can execute. And I believe that the more things like this happen, the more they respect us. So we start having conversations of 100 millions and 200 millions, not conversation of 1 million and 2 million. Because that's the conversations we're still having till now. You know, so that's another area that I think that at least stifles the growth for what we intend to do, is that there's no one coming to support us. It's like we are the only ones here by ourselves. But if we had this soft landing, we could be bigger than we are right now, and as big as the brands that we long to associate with at the end of the day.
Yes, thank you. I feel like you hit on a sore spot, right at the moment, and I think that there's a lot of conversation that needs to happen even around that. But again, just taking it back to say thankfully we have like brands like yours, like the Lagos Leather Fair, that have sort of chosen to not just be on the end of needing the solutions, but also creating the solutions. And I'm hoping that, even with further industry conversations and engagements, that we're able to collectively create solutions that, can help propel or solve some of these challenges that we have in the industry. And I can see some of the comments talking about the work ethic, what we're just talking about when it comes to training and development. I think that this is one sore spot in the industry, aside from funding and getting support, that there's a lot of work that needs to happen there too. So I think we have Mimi back and Mrs. Shola. So we're talking about the challenges that we face with running our business. We're touched on challenges around workmanship, getting skilled artisans, challenges around getting support from the bodies that should be supporting the industry, and even getting support from the corporates. So, I mean, I want us to also share the other challenges that you face. So, maybe you can, just share briefly any challenge that you face or other challenges that you face with running your business. And then when you're done, Mr. Shola can share next. Okay, I think that Mimi is having a bit of a network lag. So, Mr. Shola, you can just go ahead and share.
All right, thank you. I was thinking of how I'm going to say this because my challenge is actually not what most people go through in the industry. So for me, staff is not the challenge. Getting skilled workers is not the challenge. All those normal things is not the challenge. My major challenge was Nigerians understanding what I was doing or what I'm doing. Back then in 2009, it was odd that I wanted to be a garment factory or I want to produce for other designers. So the Nigerian designers didn't even believe that they should outsource their production, which is why a lot of them have the challenges they're having now. Because abroad, a designer would design and send their tech pack or their collection to China or India, wherever they have chosen they want to produce. And the whole headache of running around tailors, getting patterns done, being technical or non-technical is on the garment factory to go through all that. That's what you pay them for. You outsource your stress to them. So Nigerians didn't understand. And I remember back then it was very hard getting clients because I thought my customers would be designers. So one day anyway, like I always do, I pray before I do anything. And the Lord said, do an advert in back then the very popular fashion magazine just came out. So I put an advert there saying we can contract your production to us. Ironically, no Nigerian designer called. It was a foreign brand who was going for New York Fashion Week. And then they wrote us, sent us. They were even surprised we understood what tech pack meant. All the right normal things that a fashion or garment factory should know, a fashion brand should know. They sent it to us. We did the samples. Then we did the production. We didn't even see the person, the designer. We produced our pieces, shipped it to them. The lady was in UK and was going to New York for the event, and she sent reviews back that they couldn't believe it was produced in Nigeria. So for me, that was the beginning of the sign that okay, the international brand might be the client. The designers will catch up later, which eventually happened. But even at that, they still do not understand the business. So my major challenge is actually getting Nigerians to believe that made in Nigeria is great, that it's possible to do things even better than it's done. I know it's not everybody's experience, but my experience is that international brands, we have more foreign clients than the Nigerian brands because they see that, okay, this is how it should work and it flows that way. So whenever I try to sell to a Nigerian, whether it's our own clothing line or our service, once they see, oh, it's made in Nigeria, they just start to price anyhow, talk in a condescending way, expect you to, they stop being professional. So that's my number one challenge. And, getting people to understand that there's a professional way of doing things. And that's how I won't do Nigerian way. I'm going to do the international way. And for staff, so for me, I never lacked staff. I've had staff who worked with me for 5, 7 or more years. People walk in to say, I want to work with you. The reason being, we always will teach you, even if you say, I have worked for the greatest designer on earth, we still have to always teach you the standard, the method of doing things properly. I heard Auntie Femi say, Auntie Femi, by the way, everywhere I go to, people love your bag. So I just had to chip that in. Anyway, so just like Auntie Femi said about excellence, excellence is our key word. So when you come, you've worked for HYZ designer, they always do not know the standard method. So, for example, at our own place, it's not one tailor or designer or cutter or SMO that finishes a garment. We have an assembly line. So we have to first on train them, meaning let them forget all the other things they've picked. Then we start to teach them that this is the way to do things in a standard way. So we show them videos from Italy, videos from China, videos from India. We have to first, do a paradigm shift in the thinking. And that is a challenge. So the time to do that, it would have been easier if everybody in Nigeria had the same standard of making clothes. And even if you trained with XYZ school or you've worked for XYZ designer or roadside or whoever taught you, which is fine. Let it just be the same standard that we're all teaching, so that if you come to me, I don't have to spend 3 months on learning and then onboarding you. I should just be able to say, okay, sit on that machine and sew it. So sometimes they haven't even seen the type of machines we have before. A feed of arm, the 4 thread, 5 thread, or computerized machines. They don't know how to use them. So we have to spend time we should have used producing training, which is why we have the training school. So it got to a point where it had to only be those we have trained that we could hire, because those who were trained elsewhere, and they would even be too proud to accept that you have to start from the beginner's class. They'll be like, oh, I've been making clothes for years. Yes, but can you use this machine? No, you can't. So we have to teach you from beginning. And then they want to be paid while we're training you. I don't have any problem training you if is that you understand the process. So my major challenge is on the two sides. So the Nigerian clients don't understand the industry, and then on the flip side, the people who need to do the work also do not understand our own type of um production. So, and now I'm having big brands who go for fashion weeks internationally, and they have orders for their items, call us to say, OSC, can you come to produce for me? So if I have nothing less than 100 or more. What am I saying? 100 is even too small. Maybe 500 clients, and they all want us to produce for them. They all want to collect the clothes at the same time at the highest standard. Where are the numerous staff? So yesterday, I had a call with one of our clients in the US who needs 50,000 pairs of pants produced every 2 weeks. We did the calculation. I need 5,000 staffs to be able to give that to him. So yes, I've been training, but when you train, half of the class says, "Oh, I want to open my own fashion show, fashion company. I want to be like my Atafro. I want to be like Tifemi." After 3 months training, they don't know that I spent. Look at how many years they both explained that they spent. So that's my challenge. So power, electricity, and all those normal things, it comes with the terrain. So I won't call that a challenge, because it comes with the industry I've chosen. It comes with the country I belong to. So I've learned that those normal things, it comes with it. It's like complaining that why am I black? I'm a Nigerian, so I don't focus on those things. I just find solutions for those ones. So my major challenge is what I have said. What the knowledge, the real industry knowledge, most of all the stakeholders do not understand. When you're also in front of the government, they too do not know. I had the, will I say, privilege to present to some government bodies. And I was trying to tell them that even this loan thing you have done, thinking you're helping the industry, is not enough. So I asked one of them, how much do you think a machine costs? So I showed them a particular machine. Or how much do you think an average fashion house should have? They raised up their hands. They were saying, oh, 3 million, 2 million, 5 million. I just laughed. And these are the people making policies. These are the banks who are going to give the loans. I said, no. So I showed them one of my machines. I said, this machine, it costs 170 million naira. It's just a cutting machine. It only cuts. I don't even want to begin to ask Auntie Femi how much some of those her machines I saw in her factory cost. So if the policy makers don't also have the real industry knowledge, there's a big challenge. So having the knowledge is, for me, is my issue. So stakeholders don't have the knowledge, people don't have the knowledge, clients don't have the knowledge. That's my challenge. Let me
Thank you
stop
so
there.
much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. And I feel like, I mean, for a lot of the emerging brands who are, listening to this, they're just like, machine 130 something million naira. But again, I think that one thing I should say is, as you listen to these things, is picking out the core of what is being said. So again, going back to acceptance, I mean, she had shared about, the challenge of being accepted in the industry. And I think while sharing that, she also shared the solution on what worked for her. Where, if you're starting a business and you feel like you're not gaining acceptance, can you look outside of the box of, look outside of the box of where you're trying to gain attention, and see, you most likely see that there'll be other people who are interested in, the solutions, the product, and the things that you are crafting. And again, there's a conversation about, the government bodies. I think that that's a bit, beyond us here. But I also think that a lot of conversation, is going on around it. And for me, I'm thinking, I mean, we have so many powerhouses in this room, and there's similar challenges and conversations that are being spoken about. And I'm just, again, in my head, it's like, how do we sort of, would I say, collaborate, to solve these challenges as an industry? But moving on, Mimi, are you with us? Do you want to share a bit before we run off to the next conversation?
Yes, Rhoda, very much. Thank you very much. So, Uncle Mai and Mrs. Stella have pretty much summed up everything. Problem of people, majorly for I think almost all the entrepreneurs, everyone experiences the problem of people, and I am not left out. You hire people in the hopes that they share in your vision or they're on the same page as you. But the moment they pick up one or two things from you, they want to move on and they want to go start their own personal brand, or you have issues of communicating your vision to even some of them. Some of them align, some don't align, especially the tailors. You tell them, okay, we have to start from you do not know so much right now. Let's go through the process of onboarding with Rekastri. Let's tell you how we prefer to get our stuff done. But you get to meet adamant people who say, oh, I mean, I can make a jacket, I can make a pants. So why is yours completely different? Why do I have to go over again? We even go as far as saying, okay, you know what? You get to body with the old team and you get paid for bodying. I mean, you're bodying for like 2 weeks and then trying to get acquainted with the process. But some of them don't even want to wait. They don't want to go through the process. And you either let them go and then suffer the consequences by not having to take on orders, or you have to pet and pat and all of that. So, program of people, and then the Gen Zs that like to just work for 2 months, 3 months, and then move on to the next brand or the next business. So you hire someone who's supposed to represent the brand as a customer service representative. You go through the process of coaching the person, training the person, all of the customer service etiquette and all. And then 3 months later, the person just comes back to like, you know what? I no longer want to work with this brand. That's even if they are nice enough to let you know they're not working anymore. So I'm just stop coming or just send you a text message. I'm like, you know what? I'm just done from here and I move on to something else. And they don't give like a specific reason and all. So that's that on people and staffing. Another problem is um customers. Now it's not a problem of buying, it's a problem of getting the customers to do with a Nigerian brand what they would do with a foreign brand. So let's say you buy a mango brand. It stated clearly the terms and conditions. Let the tag be intact before you return this item. Return timeline is 2 to 3 business days. You get to pay the shipping fee if you're sending from wherever it is you're sending from. But it's not like that when Nigerians outside Nigeria or Nigerians in Nigeria are buying from a Nigerian brand. They want you to tweak the process, they want you to tweak your terms and conditions. They pretend or they close or they shut like their eyes to your terms and conditions, and they would prefer to shop via email, shop via DM instead of shopping through the website. So at the end of the day, you end up spending so much money building a website, creating a website, but Nigerians don't like to shop on the website. They'd rather come to your DM or come to your email, and then all the information is on the website. So that's also another challenge with business. I think another thing would be sourcing the kind of products we have in the market for production. sometimes are not helping matters, and then you have to go the extra mile to sports internationally, and then you get to pay more and then pay extra. So that pretty much sums up a few of the challenges that I'm personally experiencing being an entrepreneur, the fashion entrepreneur precisely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I think that one thing that we can see from all of the feedback we've gotten, I think there's a general value system problem in the industry. And I mean, for everyone who's listening, I think that at the core of, your business, that's if you're a business owner or if you're a fashion professional or talent, at the core of what you're building or your career, I think that one thing you need to pay attention to, even at the foundation, is your value system. Being that this work that I do, this brand that I'm building, how much value do I perceive, or how much value do I attach? Because I mean, we've got from all of the feedback we're hearing, low value on the end of the consumers, low value on the end of the talents that we have working with us. And I think that generally, if as an industry internally we're able to sort of improve on our value system, even as professionals, if you work with brands, we sort of dictate how consumers and how buyers would interact with the industry or interact or how they perceive the industry. And I think it was interesting that Mimi mentioned, even with shopping via websites, I know that that's something that a lot of buyers and consumers, struggled with. But I've also seen when brands sort of create that caveat where it's an insistence: if you're not shopping on the website, we're not selling. And a lot of people have started to adapt to that system of buying. So again, I think one thing that I am thinking about, and I think everyone who's listening should sort of leave this conversation thinking about, is as a person in the fashion industry in Nigeria, what is my value system? How do I perceive the industry? What is my how do I react to the industry? Do I see my work as professional? What is the level of excellence that I'm bringing to my work? Whether you're building a brand or you're working, or you're a professional, what's the quality of work that I'm bringing? I think that's the foundation, because again, if you're able to just have it right on that level, it begins to dictate how you build and what you build. I can see some questions coming up already, and we'll come to the questions really soon. But I think we've spoken about challenges, and everybody's a bit sore. Let's bring it back to the positive side. I mean, this panel session, one of the things that we're doing with this panel session is really also celebrating women and talking about empowering women. I personally think that the fashion industry is one of the top industries when it comes to working with women, employing women, giving women an opportunity. I've worked in the fashion industry for about 7 years, and I think most of the people that I've worked with, both as bosses, partners, have been women. And I've seen, I mean, even in the Nigerian fashion industry, when you think of some of the leading brands, leading shows, there are women at the of this operation. So I just want us to go around generally and just talk about, as a woman in the fashion industry, or, do you think that the fashion industry, what are your thoughts when it comes to empowering women and the fashion industry? Do you think that the fashion industry is a positive space for women? Do you think that, I mean, and even for the women who are listening on the call, like what opportunities exist, as a woman in the industry? And I think that mine would come, from an outsider's perspective. Every other person will speak from an insider's perspective, saying that as a woman, I think that this is what the fashion industry has given to me, and these are the opportunities that I have seen and I've tapped into. And then Maya can come in and just also chip in on that as a man, but who has worked in the industry, and I'm sure has worked with a lot of women. What is perception about the fashion industry and women is. So we will start with Mrs. Shola. Let me scatter the flow this time around. And then Mrs. Femi will go, and then Mimi, and then Maya.
All right. Sorry, just what was the question again?
So what are your thoughts on the fashion industry and empowering women? Do you think it's inclusive? And what opportunities exist for women in the fashion industry?
All right. So for me, I don't like when they draw the women card. I was telling a friend who's here with me, I said, I hope they will like all I have to say on this group. I will not, out of on this call, and remove me from everything I'm going to say, because I usually don't follow the normal school of thought. So I don't like that. I know it's well, Women's Day and all that, but I don't like that. So I'm a woman, I'm a this, so I'm less, so I should take advantage of it. I feel that the world is my target. The whole world is my market. I don't see myself as, oh, I'm a woman. So if you already first have woman in your mind, it will limit where you go to. So the whole business is there. Most times, 99% of the time, I am in one business meeting or at one conference. I'm the only woman there. I can show you pictures and pictures and pictures. I'm the only woman there, and they're like, "Oh, a woman like a man." I said, "No, I'm not a woman like a man. I am a human being. I just know who lives in me. I carry God in me. God is not woman or man. So anywhere He says I go, I go. So if there's a business opportunity, I won't first look at it as a woman. Now I know our culture, our surroundings brings that up. The religion also brings that up. Oh, the woman has to cook, take care of the children, and stay at home. That's not what is in my own Bible. I don't know where they cooked that up from. I've read the Bible back to front. I've not seen that there. So I do anything that comes to my mind, I'm going to do. That's number one. Now, should a woman think less of what she is created to do? No. Any business, big, small, whatever that's available, you can do it all. It's just now left to, are you called to do it? Are you built to do it? So there are some businesses that you need to have a certain way of thinking, you need to have a certain strength, you need to have a certain academic background or skill or know-how or some natural characteristics of behavior to be able to go into. If you don't have those things, then leave that business. So, for example, some time ago when God said, "Oh, I'm opening multiple doors for you, go and get strong." So He said, "Get strong so that you are able to do all these multiple things at the same time." So you might wonder, get strong. What does that mean? Does it mean I should climb mountain and start fasting? No, He actually meant physical strength. So I had to go and buy weights. I started to do more exercise. I started to do strength training because yes, as I'm telling you, there are times I'm doing 5 things at the same time, just like now. I was literally in front of the person to interview me when it was time for me to speak. Right now, I'm in another place and I'm still doing this. There are times I'm on my feet the whole day. But if I had that, oh, I'm a woman in my mind, I won't be able to do the kind of things that I'm doing, the exploits that I'm meant to do. So, women can do everything. Just know the role that you are cut out for. So, I know and I love men. I know men are created for a reason. If not, God in His infinite wisdom would not say, let's create men and women. There are things that men are meant to do and they are great at. Likewise, there are things that women are meant to do and are great at. We just need to understand that both sexes are equally important. Before God, He wouldn't say, oh, you're a woman, so it's okay that you sinned a bit, or you're a man, it's okay that you sinned more. There's nothing like that. Everybody will be judged equally. So why should I be playing woman or man card? If that business or that area is attractive for me to do, and I weigh all the things that I need to do it, and it's in my power to do it, I go for it. And that's what I would advise anyone listening. Don't let them box you into the corner of you're a woman. You know, in fact, it's an advantage that you're a woman. Earlier, the earlier guest who came, just briefly while I was testing if my phone could join this meeting, he said something about use your sex power. I don't know if that's how he said it. Your sex, is it sex power or sex card? Something like that.
More like
But
gender power.
thank you. Thank you. And I understood what he was saying. So yesterday, no, today before yesterday, I was on my way from outside Lagos, and we were in some very dangerous bush. And then the customs were there, it's close to Seme, border outside Nigeria, but the borderline of Nigeria and the other country. And there were several, policemen, not police, army and customs with guns on the way. So immediately, our driver now did something wrong, and they wanted to show power that I will show you today. So as I was there begging the man, Elizabeth said to me, this man, don't let it, don't you, you're not the one to talk to him. He's prejudiced about women. Let the man talk to him. So imagine if I was insisting, I'm a woman, what does it mean? Am I right? I know my rights, woman rights. I would have been there. Maybe by now I won't be on this call. They'd have bundled me in one jail. So I just told the man who was with me, I said, please, you talk to him. And I'm telling you, in 10 minutes, the man left us. He even bought the man who I said to talk to him. He bought him coconut or something, and we left. So that's it. We need to understand the strengths of both sexes, what each party is meant for. Finally, for this discussion, it's like the eye saying I'm more important than the nose, or the mouth saying I'm the most important. Oh, no, the ear say I'm the one that hears now. Every single part is needed for the body to function. So, in a home, in a business, in life, in a country, both women and men are equally important. So that's what I would say. So if you are called to do something, go and do it with all boldness, all strength, in everything you need. I read yesterday that the new CEO, is it Zenith Bank, is a
Zenith
woman.
Bank,
She has
yes.
6 children. 6 children. She didn't let that hold her back. So please, my people, we have no excuses. Oh, there's no business I cannot do. As long as God says do it, I go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And I mean, if what I hear, I get a lot of like no limitations, no gender barriers. As long as it's in your heart and it's a desire, go for it. Thank you so much. So, Mrs. Femi, I want you to touch a bit on that, and maybe a bit more on maybe also touching on the opportunities that working in the creative industry has given to you as a woman.
Okay, thank you very I think I actually agree with a lot of what Shola has said. And honestly, being my authentic self, I don't look at anything and I don't look at my business from any type of gender lens. However, I have had I've been in the presence of a lot of women during our trainings, and I know the kind of challenges that they go through. So there's a way that probably I would connect with a woman differently than I would connect with a man. I remember, especially what comes to mind now is I was at a conference once. I was speaking at a conference, and after the conference, a lady walked up to me, and she was in tears, and I asked her what the matter was, and she said to me that she had heard I was going to speak, and she had come all the way from Ilorin just to meet me, because she really couldn't believe that somebody like me could be in the leather space, and I mean, and continue to have been doing what I've been doing for so many years. And she said her husband wouldn't let her do her leather work, that she was always hiding the work away and all that. And I really could not give her much advice. The only thing I could have said maybe before she got married was probably, what, it's very important to pray about the spouse that you marry, because at the end of the day, the person would marry would probably make or mar our career path. So what I do know though is that we are differently made. And women, I find that women in this space are probably a bit more empathetic than men. In my industry, I find that it's the men that do the heavy lifting. So in terms of even where I work, it's I have more men than women in the factory, for example. So just like she has said, we have our different strengths. I think that opportunities are open to everyone. It's very interesting that in the leather space, there are more footwear, there are more women making footwear than men, and that's one thing that really surprised me. We've asked a lot of questions around that, and we still don't understand why. But I think that what it is that it's definitely easier to make footwear, to make shoes, than it is to make bags. So you find that women are the majority in that space. So I find that there are opportunities for everyone. And just like she's also said, don't limit yourself because you're a woman. I don't look at myself like I'm the weaker sex. I am not. When I have a plan, I go ahead and I do what I want to do. And I'm very, very lucky that I have a very supportive husband who supports me, who's my biggest cheerleader. So I've been lucky in that sense. I think that women should look at opportunities not as women, and like Shola has said, but as humans. Just if you have a dream, just go for it, and don't let anything limit you, and also ensure that you are surrounded by people who are encouraged, other women who are encouragers, because they do say that there can be friction between women, but I also think that there's power in woman to woman relationships.
Thank you. That was so powerful. So powerful, because I think you touched on one of the questions that I had on the list, which was around building relationships, collaboration, and mentorship amongst women. And I think you've answered that question already, where there's typically usually a stereotype about women relationships, women in business working together. But thank you so much for touching on that. And I think for everyone listening, if there's anything that you've also seen, even just from the panel session, even without the question, is just how there's some sort of relationship, even between some of the panelists and the energy in the room. So even if you're starting your business or you're a professional as a woman, first of all, like Mrs. Shola said, you're not limited, but also at the same time, your other woman is, you can look at her and look at opportunities for collaboration, support system, growing together in the industry. Of course, not also limiting yourself or saying that we are the women in the industry, or we're the women doing this, but just also approaching your work and your brand and everything that you do in the industry as a human being, and as a person. So Mimi, do you want to touch a bit on that, on just empowering women in the fashion industry? Your thoughts on that? Before we move to the next questions, we do have a bit of questions from the participants that I want us to start to take.
Okay, so I'd just like to mention that as a woman, there's absolutely no limit to what you can achieve or what we can achieve. When you're out there, or whatever position it is you find yourself, it's important that you do not feel intimidated because of your gender. And then you should also be very much open to accepting no's from the people who you approach or you seek assistance from. I, as a woman, I do not pass on any opportunity that I have to show help or show up for another woman. I've had to wear clothes from different female-owned brands, post the clothes, advertise the clothes, coach the ladies that own this brand at absolutely no charge or anything in return, even when they are asking. And I mean, I even go as far as paying for those items because I understand how difficult it is to run a brand as a woman. If you're in the space where you can assist a woman, please do not pass on it. I am a very big advocate for supporting women and empowering women, and yeah, that's basically it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mimi. And I think you touched on something so important that I think that I want to highlight, which is, being comfortable with getting no's, and not necessarily attaching it to your gender, because I think that sometimes, we can get a bit emotional, and when you're building your business, you're pushing for opportunities and you're getting no's, or you're not getting the expected outcomes. I think that one thing that as women, and it's just people in general, that we must be comfortable with is, with getting no's, or with, facing obstacles, and just as, I mean, not taking it from an emotional perspective, but zeroing your mind to say that, you know what, I'm going to keep going at this thing, even if I get 101 no's, or 1,000 no's, I'm going to get one yes. And there's anything that I've heard consistently from successful business entrepreneurs, and even just from life experiences, is that sometimes it takes just one yes. You can have 100 no's, and one yes makes that difference. So even for every woman who's listening to this conversation, whether you're building your brand, because I've seen somebody in the comment talk about, trying to work with brands and applying to work as a tailor, and they're not being picked or getting no, or all of that. But again, getting no's or facing obstacles is not really a gender factor. I think it's a life factor. And as a woman, you must always have that mindset. Like Mrs. Shola had said, like, whatever it is that I want to do, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to get it done. So I'm just going to maybe take one question from the comments. We still have a bit of questions, but I'll take one question from the comments. And this question was directed to Mrs. Femi. It says, from your experiences to solve intercontinental shipping and trade challenges, where would be the biggest positive? Okay, I think that person. Where would the biggest positive impact come from? Should it come from associations, from government, or from private-owned companies? Okay, thank you for highlighting the question. So I think you touched on, the challenges with shipping and trade, and this person is just asking, where do you think that the biggest positive impact should come from in making that easy for businesses and for creative businesses?
Okay, so thank you for that question. It's a question I've also tried to ask myself, because I'm always saying, one thing I say is, what, let Africans fix Africa. So if you have a global brand like DHL, you have a global brand like FedEx, I'm like, why can't we have a local DHL or a local FedEx? And I know that there are quite a lot of logistics companies that are trying really, really hard. So you have GIG Logistics, you have different smaller companies, but you still find that, honestly, I don't know what the problem is. And I feel sometimes that we just are not focusing on the real issues. Because if we did, then we still at this point would not have payment problems across Africa. So even to have somebody from Senegal pay for your goods in Nigeria in their currency is tough. So I think whether it's logistics or whether it's payment, there's still a lot of work to be done in that sector. There's also something about customers trusting global brands like DHL. So a customer in Switzerland, for example, wants to know that their goods are being sent by DHL. So there's also this mindset thing. I don't know how we're going to fix it, but I believe that privately, I think it's going to end up in private hands. I think it's up to private people like myself. I know it is tough because it is huge, and I can't even begin to imagine the many moving parts in a logistics company. But I think that we really do need to start. We need to start somehow. We need to start small. I always say that also. Start small, experiment, make the mistakes, and then keep moving forward and take little steps.
Thank you so much. I agree. I do agree that. Okay, this is echo. Okay, I think we're good. I agree that the solutions have to come from us. It would be great to get solutions from external bodies and public bodies, but again, we know the kind of system that we operate in, and if you want to solve problems, you better start working on solving those problems now. So there's another question here, and I'm going to direct this question first to Mai, and then I want every other person to touch on it, which speaks about mentorship. The question is, how do you get mentorship or attract your desired mentors in the fashion industry? And I have this question on my list already, so I'm just going to merge it. So as women in the creative industry, or as just people working in the creative industry, how do we maneuver mentorship? And I think that this is one thing that a lot of people will typically say, oh, I'm creative, but I just don't know what to do. How can I meet mentors? How can I build networks in the industry? How can I connect to seasoned professionals like yourself in the industry?
I think that with people seeking mentorship and stuff, there's a lot of people, the ratio between those seeking mentorship and those that can offer it is not proportional in any shape, form, or manner. They're like a million to like one. And even the person you want to be your mentor is actually even struggling with what they're doing. So it's a sacrifice to actually mentor somebody. And on the other hand, you that wants to be mentored, I always ask, what have you done by yourself to put yourself in the position for someone to say, I want to mentor you? Because you think that you want to be mentored. Some people believe that they are at zero and they sit at zero, and the mentor will come lift their lives up from where they are and take them to the highest level, which I think is totally wrong. I think as someone that wants to be mentored, you should start doing the work. Because when you ask someone, then what exactly do you want me to mentor you on? They have no idea. They haven't done the deep stick to even find out what are the areas that I lack. And I want you to mentor me. They think that when I just come and sit in your studio and I'm there for 3, 4 months, I'll be fine. So it's like if you need mentorship, what exactly do you need mentorship for? So I believe that that's a good step. Secondly, are you willing to pay for the mentorship? Can I give you a good example? I did fashion conversation last weekend, and I think the fee was 100,000 naira for you to come in for unlimited time to sit and ask me any question you want to ask me about fashion, and you get honest answers back. Right? It got slashed to 50,000 naira, and trust me, only 9 people paid to be in that class. 9. But when I did the same thing last year, and it was 5,000 naira registration fee, or when it was free beforehand, we struggled to put 50 people in the class. There was a time I had to do 2 weekends back to back because of the number of people. So I did this Sunday, I did the next Sunday, I went to Abuja the next Sunday because it was free. So what value do you put on what you want to acquire, the knowledge you want to acquire? If you put no value on it, no one's going to save you, no one's your messiah. After all, when you went to university, you pay fees. You didn't look for the free opportunity. And that's how I see it. I think you have to start doing inquisitive learning because even we that are mentoring people, we are also learning. And there's no one that's mentoring us. I've written letters to the creative director of Gucci to mentor me, and I've not seen anything. So I think that it's not a privilege. It's not a what's the word? It's not an entitlement on the mentee. You have to show me that you can do something that I feel. Again, for me personally, it has to be a need. If you are great at making wedding dresses, I want to intern with me.
I think that we lost.
And I do not have any vacancy, I would not hire you. Hello, sorry, I think I lost you guys for a second there. So that's how I
Okay,
see
but
the
we can hear you
mentor-mentee
now.
relationship. Yeah, and I've mentored a lot of people. Like I said, I've mentored a lot of people. It's just the right attitude and the right timing for you to get that. And I'm very accessible.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I feel like, you brought such a fresh and very important perspective to mentorship. Even before we go into others, because again, a lot of times when we think of mentorship, there's a sense of entitlement, or sometimes there's no, I mean, when you're not even clear on, what exactly you want to get from that mentorship program. So for everyone who's listening and who has questions on how do because I can see quite a number of questions on I want to intern with Maya Tafo. Again, what value do you have? What value are you bringing to the table? Is this something that you're willing to place a price on as an investment in yourself and in your growth? And then you need to be clear on the specific areas that you want to be mentored. And again, lastly, there are no barriers. And I think that I personally can affirm to that. If you're clear on your values, if you've built up your value, I think that mentors or professionals are, to an extent, a bit accessible if you go through the right channels. So I want Mrs. Shola to also touch a bit on that question of mentorship.
Sorry, I need to. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm so sorry. Calls keep coming through, and I'm not on Wi-Fi. Again, for those who are just taking mentorship, we are looking for interns at the point in time. So send your CV, cover letter, and portfolio to brand@atafo.africa. Brand@atafo.africa. Okay, and let's see if you make the cut. I want to touch on. Okay.
Okay. So you
Sorry,
got
I'm so
that.
sorry. It caused me a headache. Yeah, and I want to touch about the woman thing. Real quick, even though I'm not a woman, I want to quickly touch on that. I I personally prefer working with women in my business, and they seem to have done better from me than the guys I have, especially handling the admin side of fashion, be it as a designer, menswear. All my menswear consultants to date have been female, and I prefer working with female in that capacity, with women in that capacity. My last fashion show that I did in a court, it was an all-female team.
Wow.
The stage production manager was a lady. The PR marketing strategy was a lady. Backstage management was a lady. I was the only guy on the team. And the day of the show, we recruited another guy to help manage models. I think women perform better. And I also think that while I understand the fact that don't think of yourselves as female or male, the it goes without saying the society is already biased. So what you're trying to do is already correct a bias. So even though you are trying to fight it from the situation you find yourself, I think that it is also still fair to give favor until the situation is balanced because it's not a balanced playing field at all. It is more tilted to men. So whilst we're trying to find a balance to that, however long that takes, you know, yes, it's good to fight the fight as equals and try for it. But I would definitely give a woman a hand over a man because right now it's tilted in favor of the guys. So I would bias towards a woman over a man until we can get an ecosystem that is really balanced, and it is far from balance. I once had a conversation during the International Women's Day, and I said the International Women's Day should be men coming up to say what they have done to ensure that there's equality between themselves and women, not women trying to say that we have achieved. Because the more men that give and actually believe that there should be equality, there will be equality. I don't think it's a woman's fight. It's a woman, is a man's. The man's ignorance should be fixed to let this be a balanced and equal playing field. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, I love that feedback and I agree. Like I said earlier, I think that even in my experience in the fashion industry, I've worked with more women. Again, I do a lot of behind the scene work. So I think I agree with the administrative part of fashion and how like a lot of women do amazing work behind the scenes. Thank you so much. I think it's great to get that feedback from our only resident man on this panel session. Can we give my tap a round of applause, please? Thank you. So let's move on to I just want Mrs. Shola to touch a bit on the mentorship conversation, and then we would start to take our last set of questions.
All right. I must commend mine.
Yay,
Thank you
look at
so much for
you.
the last thing you said. And it totally makes sense. It's the men that should be corrected and their ignorance be educated. So thank you so much. I totally agree with what you said. Okay, so concerning the mentorship, for me, character is more important for me than skill and every other thing. So at OSC, we will check if you have the good character and if you're a good fit for our company. So it doesn't matter whether you schooled abroad, you've learned fashion from roadside or upside or wherever. I don't care about all that. We do a character assessment. And if your character is the right fit, that is when we accept you into OSC. Now, when we say accept you into OSC, you come in and join everybody else on the line. There's no preferential treatment. There is no only Mrs. Babatunde has to attend to me. There's nothing like that because that would not help you. So we throw you right in the deep end. You would see our everyday routine, our everyday work, how we handle customers, production, everything. The few people who have done internship or come to work with us for a period of time can attest to what I'm saying. There are times you won't even see me because ONC is not only about one person. The way I work, I ensure that my company can run without me. I can travel for 3 months and I'm telling you, nothing will break down. I've done that several times. Like today, I'm not even at the office. I haven't been there, I think, for 2 weeks now and it still works without me. So we are very big on systems. We put systems in place. So when you come in, you will join that system. It won't be stand and watch me cut. No, you will find a role for you and you will follow the same process that all our students follow. You will follow the same training and onboarding system that all our staffs um, follow. Now, having said that, I want to chip in something. I've been hearing the questions and I heard other people talk. Why is it that most people feel, oh, let me go and intern with Maya Tafu, for example, and then leave and go open your own? Why can't you be part of that company? So look at all of us. We're all struggling with small issues. Whereas, imagine if not, maybe I'm in dream world, but imagine if we were one big company and I'm the garment department. This person is the design department. Person is the accessory department. We will cover more grounds. So the young people upcoming, please have a different mindset as to it's not compulsory you have to open your own company. Now let me explain what I mean. I have staff that earn 1 million plus and their staffs. And I can tell you that if they had opened their own business on their own, they would not be earning up to that after paying all taxes, paying all rent, removing all the other tailors they have to pay. Their take home is not going to be 500K, not to talk of 1 million. So I have seen that if we all can understand that I can still be an entrepreneur, but I'm working for someone. So entrepreneurship in Nigeria is sold as if you have to be your own boss. Oh, be your own boss. I see a lot of flyers like that. Learn fashion and be your own boss in 3 months. Who does that? It's not, you won't be a big company that will last forever and ever. If we look at all those foreign brands we all love to buy or emulate, the Gucci's and Fendi's and the list goes on. It's not one person. Most times, the creative director is not even the owner. The creative director is the staff. They've employed that person. So we need quality control managers, we need production managers, we need the head of design, we need head of retail. I heard Maya was saying some of the people you even want to mentor, you already have their own struggles. It's because it's just one person trying to run a global company, everything. Whereas I would have my limitations. As fantastic as Mrs. Babatunde might be, there'll be some areas I'm not good at. And maybe that's the area this mentee is great at. So the mentee comes in, we've trained them, they've seen the whole process. They are fantastic with, let me pick an example. Let's say social media. Just when you are about relaxing that, oh, I've finally gotten somebody, then they say, I have to leave, I'm going to start my own. It's fine, we pray for you, go start your own. But we're just replicating the same error over and over again. I'm just going to say there is room to be part of other established businesses. Now, I'm not saying come and be part of OSC. I'm just telling you to think about it. 4 or 5 of you can even group yourselves together and start a company and build a system. You don't have to want everybody their own boss in one room. And then their cards will say CEO. CEO of what? Turnover 500,000 naira the whole year. So let's try to change the narrative where people can come together and start a company. I want to move away from come and intern and work for OSC. No, let's leave that so that it won't be I'm trying to poach OSC. Go and band 4 or 5 of you. You've all gone to fashion school. Oh, you learned at the roadside tailor. There's something that roadside tailor has taught you, the doggedness of being able to survive. There's so many things they teach apart from cutting and sewing. Even though I might not like their methods, but there's still something you've learned from them. 4 of you come together. So you be the pattern maker, you be the designer. Oh, this one is great at speaking and networking. You go and do the networking, bring the market in. I'm telling you, you will be all way off better than how we're all struggling, saying I need staff. Imagine if I was Maya Tafo staff. I don't know if he's still here. Maya, are you here? I
Yes,
think
I
he's
am.
on
Oh, if you're
this.
my staff, I'm very happy.
So you can imagine, we'll just be making money left, right, and center. It will
Plenty.
not be, it will be the deal of Oga, oh yeah, profit sharing. So we need to start thinking along those lines than everybody say, let me intern and go away. So the mentor too is tired, knowing that this girl is just here to steal from me and go away. It can be draining after a while. People come and then they go, they come, they go, they use you and go. You feel used. So that's why some mentors will say, okay, I'm going to charge you. Because a lot of people don't take the mentorship seriously. So if I say I'm going to charge you, how much can I even charge? My mentorship should, if I want to put amount, it will be a lot because I drilled the hell out of you or the heaven out of you. Let me not say hell. You will work. And when you leave, trust me, you'll be able to open your own business. But the issue is, can you run it for 10 years? Fashion is more than sewing. From my experience and all the companies we consult for, I have seen that those who don't even have the technical skill, they make more money than those of us that can cut and sew. Because half of my years of experience, I spent it standing with the tailors, chasing them up and down, and teaching them how to cut the right way and sew the right way. When I should have been outside doing business networking and marketing, I should have been doing relationship building. So there are days I'm watching TV, I'm saying that look at the girl they partnered with. She doesn't even know anything. No. God will say, where were you? The day they called her for a meeting. Why didn't you to take your proposal there? You were busy sitting with Taju and chasing him. That's not what CEOs are meant to do. But if I had a competent person who was doing that, then I would be able to go out and do what I'm great at doing. So I just want to chip that in. Let more collaborations. Don't always have in mind, I'm going to leave and start my own. You might not even have the capital to start to the to the point of where I am or Auntie Femi is or any of us on this group is. You might say, okay, you know what, let's come to an agreement. I'll work for you, but this is how much I want. And I can assure you that I'm going to make that amount. It's not just to say, pay me XYZ million or 500 million. You have to show me the value you're bringing. And I'm sure anybody here will be happy to partner or have that type of forward thinking staffs. So all those other companies we talk about, the banks, oil companies, or telecom companies, they have great brains in each department. That's what keeps them going. For example, look at Access Bank. The brain, Robert Ugwe had passed on. The bank didn't close down. They continued. So, but God forbid, if any of us, we won't die, let me not use us. If any designer dies now, most times the business dies. That's not what I
It's all,
want.
all over.
Yes, I don't want that. I want it to continue, to be a going concern, to be able to replicate myself all over Africa, all over the world. And I can only do that if I have the right people in key departments that also have that same mindset. Why can't I have OSC Dubai, OSC Milan? They are calling me everywhere. I can't divide myself into 10 places. I should be able to say, okay, maybe a girl, yesterday, you worked with me, you've worked with me for 2 years, you go to Dubai and open OSC Dubai office or take a franchise, or you are the MD Dubai branch. It's possible. We just need to think that way.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so, so much. I think that this has been such an insightful panel session with so many takeaways. And I think one thing is there are a lot of things to go back and think about, even from what has just been shared, your positioning, the work that you do. And before we go, I wanted to just have a very touch on very shortly. And I think I want Mrs. Femi to speak about this very shortly on just manage, because I know she shared about this earlier on, which is around managing finances in your business. Just maybe like 2 minutes or 3 minutes. I know that one thing that a lot of people struggle with, and not being insensitive to the location that we're in, or the country that we're in, or the economy that we work with. How do I manage finances, in my business? What are strategies or tools that have helped you, build a business and build a sustainable and profitable business, and how you've managed finances. So I want Mrs. Femi to touch on that very briefly, and then mine very briefly, and then we'll round it up.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I think it was just a rush of questions.
Okay, so I was asking about financial strategies. What financial strategies have helped you in with building your business? So how have you been able to run a business that is profitable and sustainable, bearing in mind that we are in an economy that is very volatile, and a lot of challenges come up with running your business.
Sorry, Rhoda, do you want to quickly repeat that?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Okay.
Okay. So it's been enlightened now. So I was asking what financial strategies have helped you
Okay.
with building your business, bearing in mind that we are in a system or in an economy that is very volatile, especially for emerging businesses where there's not a lot of capital. Even the founders sometimes have bills to pay.
Okay, so thank you very much. You hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, okay. So it's been a huge learning curve for me, because of course, like I said, I started out treating my business like it was a hobby. So I had a lot to learn as I went along, and I was not very financial savvy. So even in terms of trying to thinking, having this mindset that what you needed to grow your business was cash. I found out the very hard way that it wasn't cash, that it was very important to put the right structures in place, and then ensure that you're trying to hire the right talent, because you need people around you. You're looking at your staff as internal customers, because I say that they're the real MVPs. Without them, I wouldn't have a business, and that's the truth. So in terms of managing finances, if I say it's easy, then I lie. It's tough for everyone, and for us especially, we most of I always say that only 1% of my work is Nigerian, unfortunately, because we all the raw materials that we use on our work, from the hardware to the leathers, unfortunately, have to be imported. So it's very hard trying to juggle that, but I think that it's very important to know, to be very conscious of what's going out and what's coming in, and to be able to place everything on a balance and prioritize. What's important, what's not important, what you. And I'll use this as an example. I did not open a flagship store until 2018. That is 20 something years after running my business, and and I find, and a lot of people came to me and said, "Oh my God, why are you just opening a store?" And I said, "Well, it was just the right time. I could only afford to open that store now." I couldn't afford to do it then. And if I did, I'll be shooting myself in the foot because I'll have all these overheads which I could not afford to pay. So I think that we need to prioritize what is important. What can we let go of now? What can wait? What are the things, you just need to list all those, because operational costs are very, very high. Do we need two generators in my space now? For example, we juggle between a petrol generator and a diesel generator because of the expense. So you just need to sit at the table and work out what is siphoning most of your money. What are you spending the most money on? Is it necessary? Can you cut it by half? What can you do to lessen the costs, your running costs? So I think those are the kind of strategies. Everybody, it's not a one size fits all solution, but everybody needs to look at their business, look at what's working, look at what's not working, and don't be sentimental about eliminating some things, and at the end of the day, it's about the bottom line. So, and you need cash in the bank to run your business, so you
Yes.
cannot afford to run dry.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So you need cash in the bank. So whatever strategy you're applying must ensure that there's cash in the bank to run your business. You need to pay attention to what is coming in and what is going out, and then you need to prioritize what is the most important thing. Where should most of your profit or most of your money go into? These are some financial strategies. So Mike, can you just touch on that 1 minute? Just maybe like three financial tips that you say has helped you before we round up.
Okay. Financial tips that have helped me is I tend to look at the value of what I do rather than designing. And you can draw value from things, you definitely make more money at the end of the day. I have a simple formula that I use. Obviously, I can't do that in this class. It'll be cumbersome to do it here, but always think value and not design. And if something wins for you in terms of a product, try to extend that product in terms of having variety and variations of it rather than saying it's an old thing, I don't want to do it anymore. Okay, try to push it as much as you can to extend the life of it so you can bring more value from it at the end of the day. Um, what else did I have you focus on when it comes to your financial bottom line? But at the end, you should have a grasp on your numbers because this is a business. I know we started at the point whereby it was nice to start, but the moment the light bulb came out and you have to survive on this thing, you switch to knowing your bottom line at every point in time and trying to always figure out how do you make a profit rather than make the red carpet. It is very important. I mean that's all I have to do.
So
I have to
good.
say.
So good. I think that last line was a punchline. Think about how to make profit rather than the red carpet. Not because the red carpet is bad, but your business needs profit to run. Also, when you look at your business, your service, your design, think value and not design. Think value about what you're doing, and then if something is working for you, so if you have an high selling or a high selling product, do not shove it to the back and say that it's old. Think about how you can extend the value, extend the life, and make more from that. Thank you so much, everyone. This has been such an insightful panel session. And I can see the feedback, some of the feedback that we're getting, and I want more people to share their feedback. I mean, I personally have learned so much from this panel session. I mean, starting from just even the mindset and the approach with which you do the work that you're doing in the industry, in terms of your level of excellence, seeking knowledge, looking at obstacles, not limiting yourself as a woman, and then even just learning about mentorship, how it's about value, it's about giving value, even to the people that you want to mentor you, and also the power of collaboration, where we go beyond everyone wanting to own something with your name on it, to looking at how you can own something as a collective or own something in a path that already exists. And most importantly, even when it comes to managing money, finances, and sustainability, less about the glitz and more about, cash flow, profit, holding on to as much as you can, creating value, and placing importance on priorities, so that you're not distracted and your business or your work. Because I mean, I know that it's not just business owners that are here. We have professionals and talents, but so that your work is extensive. So thank you so much, everyone. I know that we might have more questions, but I will trust the team at Obsidian Advisory to help you work through those questions. Thank you so much to all our speakers. Thank you so much, Mrs. Shola. Thank you so much, Mrs. Femi. Thank you so much, Mai. Thank you so much for such an insightful conversation. I'm going to take a bow now and hand over to Dami.
Thank you so much, Ro. That was amazing. Thank you for managing this whole panel. Thank you, Mai. Thank you, Mrs. Femi. Thank you, Mrs. Shola. Thank you, Mimi. Mimi is no longer here. I know that everybody had a very tight schedule, but thank you so much for making our time. I know that all those who have listened in are probably boiling up right now with a lot of questions, but majorly answers. And I'm really hoping that these answers will lead you to making better decisions concerning your career or your businesses. Now, Obsidian Advisory, we are here to guide you. Those that are looking for opportunities with Mai, he has made it very open. I wish you all the best. I hope that you make the cut. And those that are interested in learning more about Mrs. Shola, I've shared our LinkedIn account with you. What you do not realize is that sometimes staying close to leading voices in the industry online and watching their work and possibly asking questions on those platforms can get you answers. It doesn't necessarily have to be when you secure a one-on-one meeting with them. But like Maya also said, get busy, get working, start building portfolios, start doing things on your own with the little that you have. It opens doors, it can be the foot in the door that you just need. For this session, I would like to say thank you once again to the speakers. Thank you, Mai, for joining, and Mrs. Shola, Mrs. Femi, and Mimi. And thank you, Rhoda, for moderating this session. Thank you, speakers, and you can take your leave now to do other busy things or other things on your schedule. And we're just going to say that for all the questions that have been put up, we're going to do our best to provide answers to these questions. Kindly watch out for answers on our Instagram page. We know that the speakers have had limited time to commit to this session, so you would do well to follow up on our Instagram handle. We're going to attend to all these questions one after the other. My team are currently putting the questions together, and I'm sure that you know the questions will be answered. Um, Currently, we're going to just ask you all to kindly fill a survey. We have a final session. For those that have stayed this long, I advise that you stay. This is about personal branding, and I cannot wait for a dear colleague, Jumoke Shotonwa, to join now. I'm just going to proceed to read her bio and have her join us online. Okay, there's so many questions here, and I sincerely can't wait for everyone to have answers to their questions. Some of these questions, you know, are questions pertaining to your careers, questions pertaining to your businesses, and I believe that we at Obsidian can provide answers and guidance to your inquiries. So, I'm just going to read a bio about Jumoke Shotowa. She's a multi-influential woman. She's a PR professional and the visionary force behind Kwase. Now, just as was discussed earlier, can you give me a moment? Okay, just as was discussed earlier, Jumoke as well has been in the industry for a couple of years. She's built a career and she's the founding style consultant at Kwasi. But she's more than just a style influencer. She's a revolution in motion and a culture shaper. From gracing major campaigns with Skechers, darling Nigeria to leaving an indelible mark on blockbuster movies like Chief Daddy, MTV Sugar Nigeria. Jumoke's journey is a testament to her innovative spirit. She's a certified London College of Fashion. She's certified by London College of Fashion and armed with a BSc from Obafemi Awolowo University. And she was recently recognized by Leading Ladies Africa as one of the most inspiring women in Nigeria for 2024. In 2023, she was also recognized by Bumper as one of the 100 most inspiring women in business and e-commerce. In 2022, Kwasi Style Company was awarded the Fashion Styling Company of the Year by La Mode magazine. Jumoke's expertise burgeoned from her early days in styling to becoming the fashion manager at a multinational company. In 2017, she birthed Kwasi Style Company, now renowned as one of Nigeria's top five bridal stylists. Beyond style, she believes there's more and everyone can become a better version of themselves. She's a firm believer in trust and collaboration, values that have been the bedrock of her business success. She's a woman of faith and happily married, and they have an adorable son married to Oladimeji Shotonwa, and their son's name is Nathan Shotonwa. Jumoke is not just redefining style, but she's curating an enduring legacy. And just like the theme of this conference is fashioning legacy, I'm delighted to welcome Jumoke on board. Hi, Jumoke. So great to have you. And thank you for being patient. We exceeded our time a bit, but thank you for being patient. I have your slides ready to share. Just let me know when you're ready. My team is going to put it up on the screen. But yes, you have the floor. To begin with, kindly introduce yourself. We'll take the conversation further from there.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me clearly?
I need the conversation guide. Okay. Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you, Jumoke. But you're muted now. You should have said the live video is paused. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, we
Can you
can.
guys hear me clearly?
Yes, yes.
All right. All right. Excellent. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. And well done, Dami. I've joined in this session from the very first speaker, because I mean, yeah, I'm a speaker here, but of course, we learn every day, and I've, learned a lot. And I believe everyone here has also learned a lot. So I want everyone on the comment section to just celebrate Dami and say thank you, Obsidian, Advisory for this, for putting this together. I mean, it's free of charge. The level of value we've gotten, I believe that if we had to pay, it will cost you almost an arm and a leg. I mean, seeing all the speakers here, professionals, experts in their field, Mrs. Femi, Mrs. Shola, Mr. Shea Abiodun, and myself. I mean, it's really been mind blowing. So I wanted to just thank Dami in the comment section, everyone, for doing this for the industry, for you, for everyone. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Thank you, Dami, for having me. I think that, I don't take this for granted. Always love opportunities to share. Like my bio said, I love, seeing people become the best version of themselves, right? And that has to do with learnings, knowledge, and just putting in the work, right? So, like we all know, my name is Jumoke. Shotonwa. I like to say I'm a multi-influential woman, right? I help women, basically look like the best version of themselves, one outfit at a time, right? And this is done whilst they're attaining their goals, attaining their dreams, attaining, all their desires, right? You can, confidently show up to the world, right? Looking good. So that is who I am, and I'm here to talk to you about personal branding. So please, can we share the slides? Can we share the slide?
Yes, sure. It's coming right up.
All right. So we're talking about personal branding and style for fashion entrepreneurs and business owners, right? Strategies and how we can build our personal brand, how we can be more valuable and impactful, right? In this present world, in our economy today. And that's what I'm going to be talking to you about, right? And to be honest, guys, I actually really just stumbled into personal branding, right? So I'm a stylist. I'm sure we have different people on the call, stylists, designers, I'm a stylist, and we are very big on looking good, curating your looks, ensuring that you look good for your body, your style, your personality, your lifestyle, and the likes, right? But personal branding is a bit different, right? And you're going to see why it's very important for you as an as a fashion business owner or as a career professional to be very intentional with your personal brand. It's a big deal if you really want to make impact, because I realize that everyone wants to make impact, right? Everyone wants to make impact, everyone wants to make money. If you want to make money here, can I see you in the comment section and say, yes, I want to make money and I want to be impactful? At the end of the day, after you've lived your life, after 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, whatever, how long you want to live, you want to have a legacy, right? You want some things to be said about you, and you need to begin to put in the work to get that in the pipeline, right? So that's why we are here, and those are the things we're going to be talking about, which is your personal brand. Okay, so can we move to the next slide? Okay, I think she left the call. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, fantastic. All right. So I'm done with introducing myself. Then let's move into personal brand. What is the personal brand? Why personal branding, right? Personal branding or a personal brand is basically what people say about you when you're not in the room, all right? So when your name is mentioned somewhere that you are not present at, what would they say about you? Would they say this person is someone who is a hardworking person, someone who does excellent work, someone who doesn't have integrity? Would they say somebody who is not reliable? What would people say about you, right? And the reason why those things are said about you is comes of comes from the things that you've done, right? So how a personal brand is built or formed, it comes from three things. What you do, how you do what you do, and why you do what you do. I'm going to say that again. There are three ways you can build a personal brand or how it is developed. What you do, it comes from what you do, it comes from how you do what you do, and why you do what you do, right? So those are the different ways that you build your personal brand. So if you're not in the room today, if your name is mentioned, what will people say about you? I mean, if we call different names today, I'm sure you can say different things about them. So if I say Michelle Obama, I'm sure there's something you can say about her, right? You can talk about her style, you can talk about her pearl she's always wearing. You can say, oh, she was the former first lady of the United States of America. If I say Rihanna, if I say Lionel Messi, if I call different names, there's something you can say about them because they built a personal brand, right? And personal brand is personal. That's why it's called a personal brand, right? So it's personal to you, and there are ways you can build your personal brand, right? There are two ways you can build your personal brand. Number one, it can come from the external, and number two, it can come from the internal, right? So there's an internal type personal brand building, and there's an external type. Let me explain. So the internal type is where you understand yourself, right? You understand who you are. You understand why you want to build a personal brand. You understand what you do. You understand what value you offer. You understand what is unique to you. You understand how you stand out from the crowd. That's where the internal comes in, right? That's where how you build a personal brand internally, understanding yourself because it's personal to you. Now, the external personal branding comes from the externals, which is the car you drive, your external features, maybe your for a lady, for example, your figure eight, an hourglass shape, your house, the house you live in, or those external things. And I like to say that those external things are very, fickle. They would go, they wouldn't last, right? So it's best to build a personal brand from the internal, knowing who you are, knowing what stands you out, right? Knowing what sets you apart. And that's how you can build a long lasting, thriving personal brand. Now, why do we need to build a personal brand? Right? I think I'm going to go beyond. Can we go to the next slide, please? Why do we need to build a personal brand? I'm jumping ahead of myself. But we need to build a personal brand for three reasons. Number one, for impact. I wrote four things down. Number one, personal branding allows you to be known and remembered for something good, right? Number two, it helps you gain profit, which is money. Number three, it gives you credibility, right? I mean, when people are calling names in the room, you're not in the room and they're trying to call somebody to do something, your name comes up first. It gives you credibility, right? And number four, it gives you visibility as well, right? So you're able to make impact, you're able to make money, you're able to be remembered for something worthwhile. That's why you need to be the personal brand. I know we are business owners or we are career professionals. As a career professional, you want to land yourself the best job. You want to be very valuable to your organization. So to build a personal brand, it will give you that leverage over others, right? I'm a business owner, right? And for me to hire somebody, I need to see that personally they have something worthwhile to offer, right? As a business owner, if you build a personal brand, your business can leverage on it massively. Let's look at an example. Look at um, Virgin Atlantic, right? What's his name now? Um, Richard Branson, right? If you look at his personal brand, his personal page has more followers than the airline, right? Because his airline can actually leverage on his personal brand. And that's why we need to build a personal brand. It's very, very critical. It's not fickle, it's not mundane. It's very, in today's world where we have social media, where we have so much noise, what will stand you apart, what will stand you and give you an advantage is the solid, authentic personal brand that you build. All right. Now, how do you build a personal brand? It's right there. You need to define your why and your how, right? That's the beginning. That's the first step. How do I start? You need to start by asking yourself, why do I want a personal brand? And I think I've answered it already. Those are the different reasons why. And you must be true to yourself. Be true to yourself, right? Why do I want to, create a distinct persona for my brand or for myself or for my industry, right? Why do you want to? Do you just want to build it just so you can make money, or do you want to be a person of value? Why do you want to build a personal brand, right? You must be true to yourself. If you want to build it for money just so you can make it's fine, that's your genuine answer, right? If you want to build it for impact, because knowing your why would also inform the strategies you put in place, also inform how you give yourself to putting in the work in developing that brand, right? So you must understand your why do you want to be the personal brand? Then how? So how means, okay, what are the things I need to put in place? What are the methods? What are the things? So do I need to get a standard, branding in terms of the color? What kind of color do I need for my personal brand? You need to ask yourself some vital questions, right? These are very critical to take note of when building a personal brand. See, I was watching something this morning. Randomly, I just stumbled on Jackie Aino's page. How many of you know Jackie Aino? If you know her, can I see? I don't think I can see the comments, right? Uh,
I do, but I'm
okay.
sure people will
So
put comments in the
right. So
in
if
the
you know
caption.
Jackie, I know. I just realized that she started a brand called Forever Mood, right? Forever Mood is like a household um um organization or brand where they do scented candles. And recently she just launched a perfume line, right? And I was looking through the page and I saw that when they launched in COVID, the scented candle, because I mean COVID, everyone was indoors, people didn't go out and they wanted people to just enjoy staying at home, have a good, scent and smell in their homes and things like that, right? I saw that when they started the Forever Mood, the scented candles in COVID in 2020, they mentioned that they had a stock that they thought could last them for 3 months. Right? To them, oh, we've done, our stocking, we have stock that can last. When they launched in 2020, the stock they thought could last them in 3 months got sold out in 4 hours. That is the power of building a personal brand, right? So her business could leverage on what she has built for herself, right? Like I know started as an influencer, content creator, and things like that. She's built a community, built a following, right? She's built credibility, she's built visibility. And when she launched her business, her her stuff got sold out in 4 hours, right? And they had to go back to the drawing board to get more stuff and things like that, put more, solidify their work and all of that, their processes and their structure, right? And just recently, I saw they released another product, which is the perfume, the Forever Mood perfume, right? And I know that once I think that I think it's even launched already. It will also sell out. That's why you want to build a personal brand. You want to build a brand that people can trust. People can trust, and there are things you must do so people trust you. right? For you to be authentic, for you to be solid. Don't be a personal brand off of frivolities, right? The amount of money you're spending in the club, the amount of, people build a personal brand from the people that they know and they follow around. That's not sustainable, right? That's not sustainable. You must build a personal brand that is solid to you, authentic to you, who you are, right? Who you are. So you must know that your why and your how. Now let's go to the next slide, please. Now, what do you do to build a personal brand? Number one, have a vision, right? Have a vision. What do you want to be known for? Who do you want to become? Build a personal brand out of uh, the goals. Oh, I want to be on Forbes 30 under 30. That's a goal. That's not a proper vision, right? You must know who do you want to be known for. If you know who you want to be known for and you told that line, you'll be on Forbes 30 under 30. That is a byproduct of something. That's not the main thing, right? Sometimes we focus on the fruits and not really the roots, right? So you must focus on the root of things that would produce the fruits. For example, I'm here today speaking to you about personal branding. I didn't I didn't start building I didn't set out saying, oh, I want to be speaking on at conferences and winning awards. No, I just focused on my focus. Right. I had a vision for myself. So have a vision for your brand and have a vision for yourself. Who do you want to be known for? Who do you want to become? Who is that woman or that man that you want to become? I believe there are guys here as well, right? Who is that person you want to become? What does your business, what will your business become? What will your business be known for? You must first have a vision, right? Even the Bible, I'm a person of faith. Where there is no vision, the people cast off restraint. So you must have a vision. Write it on paper. Don't just leave it in your head because you can forget it, right? Have a clear vision of where you want to go. Imagine I'm traveling. I just go to the airport right now, to the international airport. I don't have a vision or a direction as where I'm going to. I mean, I just go into anywhere. I'm supposed to be going to London, but I go to enter a flight going to to Dubai. I'm just losing out, right? I'm just living my life, haphazardly. So you must have a purpose and have a direction. What is your vision? Who do you want to become? Who do you want to become? Who do you want to be known for? What and how you do it, put some words down, right? Put some words down, write it out. What are some words that would I want to hear about myself? So words like multi-influential. For me, for example, I see things like, I want to hear things like multi-influential. I want to hear things like visionary. I want to hear things like go-getter. I want to hear things like fierce. I want to hear things like, boss babe. These are the words, right? And when you know that, you can begin to know the strategies that you must put in place to be that person, right? So have a vision. Number two, um I wrote here, identify your strength, right? Identify your strength. Now you must know what is unique to you. Every one of us have been made with our strengths and our weaknesses. I like to tell people that care to listen. Always play to your strength and never play to your weakness. Your weakness is your weakness for a reason. Those, people try they try a lot. They put in so much energy trying to improve their weakness, which takes a lot from them, right? Your weakness is your weakness for a reason. Yes, you can strive to improve, but play to your strength. What makes you unique? Is it the way you think? Is it the way you speak? Is it the way you dress? Is it the way you look? Right? Play to your strength. Find that thing that is unique to you and play to that. Every one of you, even your in your business, right? Your businesses have things that are unique to it, right? There are things you do well that others don't do well. There are things that stand you out from your competitors. So you must know it, guys. It's a long-term goal. It's a long-term work. It's not a one day overnight thing that you just wake up today and just put one logo, one picture, one color scheme, and you think you built a personal brand. No, it's a lot of things and it takes time, right? It takes time. So you must understand what is unique to you, right? What stands you out? Is it your beauty, right? And you must play to it, right? I would hear what comes to you naturally. What are the things that people will naturally, not know that you know or that you do? Play to that, right? Write on that, right? What are things that people would not normally pay for? And to you, you're just like, if you're a DIY queen, you know how to use your hands, right? It's a strength. Play to it, right? What is your core? What's that thing that is, that makes you, that gives you joy? What are those things that people don't see but you see? That is a strength, and you must play to it, right? Number three, begin to invest in yourself. Once you know what your vision, once you know what your strength and your uniqueness is, then you begin to invest in yourself. Go for courses, attend conferences like this, right? Buy books, read books, listen to podcasts, watch YouTube videos a lot. Don't stop stop just living your life, without any aim, without any vision, without any direction. You must be intentional, because this, to build a personal brand, it takes intentionality. It really takes intentionality. So you must invest in yourself, because by the time you put out a nice post on Instagram, or a nice LinkedIn post, and somebody meets you personally, what would they meet? That's where investing in yourself comes in, right? So you're not having a very fake brand where online it looks so good to be true, and when they meet you in person, it doesn't correlate, it doesn't match up, right? So you must invest in yourself. Read books, meet people, have conversations, be intellectual. If you want to build a brand based on your outlook, it can take you a while, but it will not take you so far, to be honest, right? So you must invest in yourself. Have a routine. What are your energies? You must understand your energies. We talk about energies a lot. Know what gets you on a high. Know what motivates you. Know what inspires you. Know what I mean. You must invest in yourself. You must be at a place where you are functioning on 100%. Right. I understand that there are times where you can feel down and tired here and there, but you must know what gets you going. Right. If it's praying, if it's meditation, if it's quiet time, if it's self-care, you must understand that and invest in yourself, right? You must know what you want, what ticks you, right? And begin to invest in yourself, right? Um, number you can also get icons, people who look like where you're going to. I listened to the last session where we spoke about mentorship, which is very powerful. Mentorship and mirroring is very powerful. That's actually a type of way to start your personal brand. Let me explain. So you can look at somebody that you like, that you admire. For example, let's say you like Mrs. Femi that just came up the call. You can go to her page. You can look at her, look at how she looks, look at how she speaks. Look at how she interacts with people. Look at the places she goes to. Look at mirroring is a very big part of personal branding when you're just starting out, right? So look at people that you like, that you admire, that look like where you're going to, and look like what you want to become, and you can mirror them. Invest in yourself. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. People want success, people want impact, people want money, but they don't want to put in the work. And to be honest, it can't take you so far. So you must put in the work in building your personal brand, right? Number four, deliberately communicate, right? I'm still on the building your personal brand. I'm saying different things. Please, I hope you're taking notes. Deliberately communicate, right? So you know your strength, you know who you want to become. That's where we have social media, right? That's why we have platforms. You have WhatsApp stories, you have Instagram stories, you have Instagram, post feed, you have Twitter, you have TikTok, you have YouTube, you have LinkedIn. There are different mediums and channels you can communicate. Then you need to deliberately communicate your value, right? Put yourself out there in the world. You can be really amazing. You can have amazing strength. You can draw, you can paint, you can sketch, you can sing, you can dance, you can do all of these amazing things. But if you don't communicate it, nobody knows. We have this. I saw a research recently, that said 62% of the world population are online. 62%. That's a huge number. But you're just hiding yourself. Even the Bible said, don't put your light a candle and put it under a bushel. Most of you, or some of you, have something so amazing, something so exceptional. Your business is amazing. You have amazing products. You are good. You are intelligent. You are smart, but nobody knows it, right? If I don't know what you all can offer, how do I help you? How do I partake of it? So you must deliberately communicate. How do you do that? You can take two channels. I like to say start with two channels. One that is more relatable, something that is more easygoing, maybe something that is that can be um, humorous, right? So like Instagram, you can do some really nice casual stuff, right? And you can maybe do YouTube. YouTube can be more educational, You can start putting some valuable content on YouTube. Just find a platform you want to communicate your value. It could be LinkedIn. LinkedIn is more professional. You can just put out some quality stuff out there. People can read it. You can just, it can be Twitter. You can create a thread, right? It takes intentionality, guys. I'm telling you. You must sit down and you must craft out what you want to be known for, who you want to be, how you want to portray yourself to the world, right? Because at the end of the day, it pays off. It pays off. The return on investment is very huge and limitless, right? Number 5, be consistent. Be consistent online and be consistent offline, right? Be consistent. Don't put up a front and in real life when people meet you, it doesn't tally up, it doesn't add up. And that is where working on yourself comes in, right? We must keep getting better, right? You must know where you're struggling, right? You must know what you need to improve on. Guys, your biggest competition is you, it's not anybody else. You must try to be better than you were yesterday. I'm very big on becoming better. There's more you can be, right? So you must be consistent. You must be consistently put out your perspective, right? Of course, knowledge is um knowledge is what's the word now? Knowledge is progressive, right? So you can keep, getting new knowledge and refining your thoughts and things like that. But you must be consistent with your values. What are your values, right? You must know what your values are and put it out there and be consistent at that. If you consistently do something, it means that, it becomes a part of your personal brand. For example, I saw something yesterday. I was just scrolling on Instagram and I saw Laura Keji did a post, right? I'm very big. I learn a lot by observation, right? And you must also be that kind of person. I was just scrolling through Instagram yesterday and I saw Laura Keji put a post and somebody made a comment and said, before Get Ready With Me started, as a trend, Laura Keji has been doing it, right? So you must, even if you have unpopular opinions, be consistent with it, right? Put it out there, communicate and be consistent. People will catch up with time. People can, it will be your personal brand, right? Don't have an inconsistent brand. Don't be like this today, and this also has to do with your color, your logo, and things like that. So if you have a business, have a logo, a consistent logo, right? Have a color, have a font. Those are not the only things that are for branding, right? But they are part of it, right? There are some elements. So have a logo, have a color, have a way you do things. For example, my personal page, my business page, Kwasi. Right, if you go on Kwasi official right now, a lot of random people have DM'd me. Oh, I love how your page looks. What did you do? How are you doing it? We just decided on how we wanted to put our page and our work out there, and we stuck with it. It's unpopular right now. We're also incorporating, new things, and this is where pivoting comes in, right? You still have a goal, but you can pivot, right? I think Mai mentioned something in the last session where he said that if you have something that works for you, stick with it and just create variations of that thing, right? What does that mean? It means you have a goal, but you can pivot. Pivoting means you're still going the same direction, but you are going through a different route, right? That's where innovation comes in, right? Be consistent. Be consistent. Don't be stuck in your ways, but you must be consistent, right? All right, next slide, please. I hope you're learning something. Now, strategy. The key is in clearly communicating your values. Don't live an unconscious life. People live unconsciously. Do you know that people live unconsciously? Like, it's a thing. They just go with the flow. Every day, there's no intentionality, there's no direction, there's no purpose, there's no vision. They're just living. You see them everywhere, every event. They collaborate with every kind of people. They show up everywhere. That's living an unconscious life, right? So if you have a vision, you must live with purpose and communicate it, right? You can't find yourself. If you have a vision, you won't be everywhere and anywhere. You only be in places that matter. I made up in my mind a few years ago, about 2 or 3 years ago, that I will only be in places that align with my values. For example, women empowerment. That is a value that I hold dearly to myself, and I'm going to only be found in places where women are going to be empowered, right? I won't be anywhere. You can't just call me for anything and I'm available for anything. It has to be tailored and it must align with my values, right? So don't live an unconscious life. Your strategy is to clearly communicate your values. If family is a value to you, communicate it clearly. If you run a business and for example, you're a stylist like myself, and for me, a big value to us is that women look like the best version of themselves. We clearly communicate it. We want you to look like your best self every single time, right? Whether you're a stay-at-home mom, whether you're a career professional, whether you're a bride, whether you're doing your birthday shoot, whether you're just doing a maternity shoot, you must look like your best version every single time. That's a value that we hold dearly, and we must be clearly communicated, right? Don't just communicate your professional mastery, but it's in the emotional mastery. People are emotional beings. You are an emotional being, right? I am an emotional being. Don't just be very direct with, oh, this is how we work, this is how I work. There must be an emotional side. And that's how that's how you must position your personal brand. People must buy into you, guys, because you're trying to sell yourself, right? You're trying to sell yourself to people. Now, it's not a in your face selling, but with consistency, right? You are selling yourself, and you must get that emotional touch. You must get that emotional buying from people, right? And how do you get emotional buying? It's by showing different sides to you, right? It's by showing different sides to you. So, for example, on your business page, don't make it all about work, work, work. Sometimes you can just put the behind the scenes of your business, how you guys do what you do. That's a way that you can get an emotional buying from people, from your clients, right? You must find that that um that meeting point where people can meet you emotionally. People like to be relatable. People like to find people who can relate with them. So find something. It could be your family. It could be hanging out with your children. Just find something that can get people to emotionally connect with you. Right? It's all about emotional connection. That's how you sell your personal brand, right? Find ways to connect with people. Find ways. It could be your faith, right? It could be your faith. You can put that out as a value, and people you can connect with some people on that level, right? You must always find ways to communicate and reach people. Next slide, please. Now, self-reflection. To build your personal brand, you need to stay in tune with your values. We're talking about values here because it's about you, and you must sell you, right? You must sell you. It can't be fickle. It has to be solid. And that's why you must be a solid person. To build a personal brand, you must be a solid person. You must be reliable, you must be consistent, you must have integrity, you must be excellent. You're selling you, and you must have values, right? It's personal, so everyone has a value. You have your values, right? So you must ask yourself some questions. You must get to a point where you self-reflect, where you get to a point where you're like, okay, I need to now deep within, I need to look within. What do I need to stop? What do I need to stop? What do I need to continue? What do I need to start? So I call this the traffic light model, right? So the traffic light model where stop, get ready, and start, right? So what do I need to stop? Look at your life. What do I need to stop? Do you make promises and not keep them, right? That is a brand you're building for yourself, which is you're not reliable, you're not trustworthy, right? What do you need to stop? What do you need to continue? Are you a designer that will tell your client to come and pick up their outfit by tomorrow, and by the time they come, you're giving them another excuse? That is not a good brand. You're already building a brand. Remember, I said what you do, how you do, and why you do what you do, right? Those are ways your personal brand is being formed. So if you're a business that doesn't keep to their word, you're building a brand for your business. That's an identity. I'm sure most of you have heard things about different brands in this industry. You hear things like this person is very difficult to work with. You hear things like this person is this, or this person is that, this person is this. That's because of how they do what they do, right? So you must self-reflect. What do I need to stop in my business? And this has to do with not only your client, also with your staff internally, right? How do you relate with your staff? What are the things you do with your staff? What do I need to continue? What are the things that are working for us? What are the things that are good I need to put out there? What do I need to stop? What do I need to start? I beg your pardon. What do I need to start? Right? Okay, do I need to incorporate this? Do I need to incorporate? You need to find out those things and begin to put them into your personal brand, right? You must reflect first, have those values, and begin to start. All right, next slide. Now answer these questions for yourself. Who are you? You can write them down. besides what you do. So who are you? I mentioned I'm a multi-influential woman. That is me. That is not what I do. What I do is styling. Who I am is a multi-influential woman. So who are you? And who are you? It comes from knowing who you want to become, what you see of yourself. Remember, I spoke about your values, your strength. So who are you? What kind of person are you? Right? Who are you? And you must find out who you are. That's not what you do is different from who you are. So who are you? Number two, what are the things you value most in life? Write it down. What do you do? So what you do, if you're a designer, you make clothes. If you're an accountant, you help businesses solve their financial you help business set up their books or whatever. What do you do? You have to write it down. What do you do? Who do you do it for? Who do you do it for? Right? Who do you do it for? You must know that. Why do you do what you do? These are questions you must answer in building your personal brand. So it's consistent, so it's solid, right? Why do you do it? For example, I've told you why I do what I do as a stylist. We want women to look like the best version of themselves, one outfit at a time. So that's why we do what we do, right? And how do you do it differently from others in your field? You must write it down and note it, right? Like pause, read your answers to the above questions, and then answer the next set of questions, which is what do you want to be known for, and how would you like to be remembered by people who meet you? You must answer these questions, right? Please, if you can take a picture, a screenshot of this slide, you can, so you can answer them in your personal time, in your time of self-reflection. You must answer these questions. What do you want to be known for, right? For me, if, like my bio read, I want to be known as that woman who helps people become more, who let people know that there is more to life, where you cannot settle. There's more. You must desire more. You must dream, right? That's what I want to be known for. I want to be known for that woman who pushed people into their destinies, into the opportunities, into their what they never knew could ever exist. I want to be known for as that person, right? And that's me. So you must write out what you want to be known for. How would you like to be remembered by people who meet you, right? So when you answer that, you make it easy for people to choose you, right? You communicate it. Remember, I said you deliberately communicate it. You want to be a transgenerational person. You want put it out there. You want to stand out in career, right? You want to be that person who is almost inevitable, irreplaceable. Put it out there, right? It will inform who you become and how you work on yourself to be that person, right? All right. Okay, I put a tip here. Sorry. I said, introduce yourself like your best friend would. I found this tip to be really amazing. So when you introduce yourself, a lot of times I heard, Dami, when this session started, this conference started, when she said, introduce yourself, talk about your values. Guys, if you're meeting someone for the first time, sell yourself, right? Introduce yourself like your best friend. If your best friend was going to introduce you today, how would he introduce you? They're going to say things like, meet my friend, she's amazing, she's building a community. So let me introduce Dami, for example. So if I see somebody and I want to introduce Dami, I'll be like, hi, meet Dami, she's my friend. She's really an advocate for fashion businesses. She's trying to build an ecosystem for fashion business where people can, have a career in fashion. I will introduce you like that. Like I will introduce all your amazing things and your strength. She's really amazing. She's very good with structure. She's very, as in, I would tell you like that. And that's how you must introduce yourself when you introduce yourself to when you meet people, right? Hi, my name is Jumoke. I just recently got nominated. I just recently got recognized as the top, one of the 100 women, inspiring women in Nigeria. You introduce yourself like your best friend would. Oh, my company won an award as the fashion standing company of the year. That is how you introduce yourself, right? Don't be too humble. I am this. Put yourself out there, right? Talk about your values. Talk about what is important to you, right? I hope that helps. I hope somebody got that. Next slide. Okay, so how do you craft a compelling brand statement? So I mentioned, answering those questions, asking yourself those questions, and then you now need to have a statement. I mentioned about what I mentioned about introducing yourself like your best friend would. So it has to come with you crafting a one-liner statement or a sentence, right? So I wrote here, your statement, your personal brand statement should not be longer than one or two sentences, right? And it should capture the essence of who you are. Number one, who you are, what you do, and what value you offer. I'll say that again. So when you meet somebody, who you are, remember I said what you do is different from who you are, right? So you can see it here, who you are, what you do, and what value you offer. So when you're introducing yourself to people, that's how you can introduce yourself. Remember, you're building your brand, right? Remember you. When people leave there, they remember you for that, right? So for example, I wrote here, I'm an influential and fun person, and I help people see that there can be more, right? I show them the sides to them that they've never seen before. I help them become the best version of themselves so they can attain their lives' goals and not settle. So that is a simple statement of myself. So when I meet you, that is what I tell you, right? For my personal brand. I can also say something different for my business. So when I meet you and I'm introducing myself as a stylist, so I'm like, hi, my name is Jumoke, an influential woman. I help women. What you do, right? I help women become the best version of themselves one outfit at a time, so that what's the value, so that they can attain their lives goals and aspirations with confidence. Stephanie, simple, straightforward, right? So when people see me, they feel like, oh, I like you, I know you can help me, or I know somebody you can help, right? So you must be clear with your brand statement. So this is how you craft a compelling brand. Next slide. There's some other ways here in the next slide. All right, so I wrote here, answer this question, what do you do best? So I wrote here, for me, it's positioning and consulting. So I'm teaching you how to position yourself, right, by building a personal brand. So it's positioning and consulting. Who do you help best? Who can make the best use of what you're offering, right? So it could be first-time moms, it could be millennial entrepreneurs, it could be young aspiring achievers. Who? So I remember that when Shay was having a session, he mentioned having a target audience and crafting your target audience, right? So as a business owner, you must be able to craft who would benefit from your service or your product. Who do you help best? Best. So when people say women are my target, women, not all women are your target audience. Not all women can benefit from you. So you must break it down. Who do you help best, right? So for me, for example, for Kwasi, people I help best are women who are aspirational. Not every woman is aspirational. Women who want to, make an impact in the world. Someone like Dami, for example, she's my target audience. She wants to make an impact in the world, right? So those are my target audience, and I know where to find them. I know how to reach them. I know how to introduce myself. I know how I must be a type of person that they can relate to. Do you understand? So I'm going to help you become the best version. I must look like I'm inspiring and aspirational for you to want me to help you be that, right? So you must know who you help best. Now you can merge your answers in one and answers in two and make it concise. I wrote here, for example, I empower people to become the best version of themselves, propelling them to reach their life aspirations. Right? What story are you telling about this? Right? So I remember I said communicate it. So once you've crafted your story or your statement, communicate it, put it out there. Right? And I remember I mentioned people are emotional beings. So you must tell a story, right? Look at your life. I know we all have a different story, but look at this. Look for a story that connects with what you're doing or what you're trying to build, right? For example, why did I start styling? I was a young girl in university who had lots of clothes in my wardrobe. My mom always going to school, she'll buy me clothes. I had lots of clothes in my wardrobe, and I every single day never had what to wear to class. Like I would change like 7 times, 8 times in the morning before I find what to wear to class, right? And a lot of women can relate to that because they find themselves in that situation, right? So you must find a story, tell a compelling, a real story, and you don't have to cook up anything. We all have stories. Why did you start your business? I heard Mrs. Femi saying that she started her business as a hobby. She tried, she was trying to shop for her baby stuff. She didn't have a baby bag, and that's how her business started. So find a story, right? To connect with people. People are emotional. They want to be able to connect. You must have it. Remember, I said you must find a connecting point, right? Find a connecting point and connect with people. Tell that story. Be consistent with telling your story, right? Be consistent about it. Share it. Find a platform where you can say it. Keep telling it till there are a lot of people in the world that can benefit from you. And the world is very digital now, right? So don't stop sharing your story. Put it online. Say it as many times as you can, right? Keep telling your story. There are lots of people that need to hear it and need to connect with you. All right. That's how you build a personal brand. All right. Next slide. Okay. Importance of building a personal brand in business and career. I think I mentioned that in the beginning. It helps you be known and remembered for something specific. Right? What's that thing going to be? Right. So ask yourself, what's that thing you want to be remembered for? So when you're looking for women in fashion, do I want to be known and remembered for that? When you're looking for women in fashion design, do I want to be known for that? When you're looking for women or people in sketching, right? In digital sketching, do I want to be known for that? When you must know what you want to be remembered for. Write it down. Like, don't be vague. Don't be write it. Be specific, right? When I look for women that are people who are big on uh talking about family. For me, family is a very huge value for me, right? Do I want to be known and remembered, right? And if I'm not being remembered now, I'm not doing something right. So I need to be consistent with my messaging, right? Be clear messaging, put it out there, right? Have a credible presence and create content that sells, right? So these are elements of a profitable brand, right? Create content that sells. So when you've listed the things you want to be known for, then begin to create content around it. Put out stuff, something educational, something people can get value from, right? Put it out there. It's very easy. Trust me. You just have to be consistent at it, right? Put your messaging clearly, and you're on your way to building a solid, profitable personal brand. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to just breeze over this. This is defining your style. Defining your style. So in building a personal brand, remember spoke about you as a person, right? Your outlook is very important, right? So if I say Mark Zuckerberg, I'm sure you can relate Mark Zuckerberg with his style. If I say Jeff Bezos. I mean, there are people who have a style. If I say Richard Branson, if I say Beyonce, look at Beyonce, for example. When Beyonce when she had a collaboration with Adidas, you saw how it sold because it's Beyonce. When Davido had the collaboration with, what's that drink? One drink, I can't remember the name now. You saw how it sold, right? So you must have a personal brand because it's profitable at the end of the day. You're going to profit. Trust me, you will profit from it, right? So now your style, because we're in fashion, I'm going to talk about style. Your style is very important. Is very important, right? It reflects your unique personality. Personal brand is personal, style is personal. Everyone has a style. I like to tell my clients and I tell everyone has a style, right? Your style doesn't have to be like my style, but you have a style, right? Your style can be very classic, your style can be very romantic, your style can be very casual, your style can be very it can be an alt you can have an alter style, right? Alternative style. You can have an androgynous style. Whatever your style is, you just need to identify that style. What is it? Identify it, right? Now, how do you define your style? Number one, know your body type. Number two, identify your style aesthetics. I mentioned the different style aesthetics, right? Now, how do you know your style aesthetics? Let me give you a tip here. I'm sure we all know Pinterest and we all use Pinterest. You can go on Pinterest, right? And just type um um classy style for women, right? You can just type it in, or you can just put fashion for women, for example, or styles for women, or whatever, stylish outfits for women, whatever. Just put it on Pinterest, right? And as you put it on Pinterest and you're scrolling, you can begin to save the things that catch your eye, right? Just save it. You see something you like, maybe it's the way the person posed, it can be the earrings, it could be the hair, it could be just save it. Once you're done saving, go back to the board where you saved them, open it, and then once you then look at it, just scroll through, right? You then begin to pick elements that are common in the things you've saved. That way you can begin to understand your style aesthetics. You're like, oh, okay, I like pearls because I saved a lot of things that had pearls, right? Oh, I love short hair. Oh, I say love it. So that's how you can define your style aesthetics, right? And that's how when you define it, you know it, you can begin to tailor your style, your wardrobe in that direction, right? I hope that helps somebody. Develop your signature look. Remember, I mentioned, getting the style. So once you've done that, you now develop a signature. So create a mood board, right? So create a mood board, a color palette. So when you look at that, you can even see the colors a lot of colors that you saved. It could be stripes. Oh, I love stripes. Oh, it could be casual. I love casual stuff. I saved lots of casual stuff. It could be sneakers, whatever it is. Whatever it is, then you now create a mood board, right? This is how I like to look based on your body type, right? Your body type, there are different kinds of body type. You know, there's the hourglass, there's the pear shape, there's the rectangular shape, there's the inverted triangle. So let me explain what it means. I'm going to quickly just touch on it because this is another class, right? The hourglass, the Africans will say figure eight, right? Which is slim waist, your upper half and your lower half are proportional, right? So you have that hourglass shape. There is the pear shape, which is your lower half is bigger than your upper half, right? So that's like a pear. That's a pear shape. There's a rectangular shape. The rectangular shape is your upper half and your lower half are proportional, right? So like a rectangle means you don't have a defined waist, right? There's the inverted triangle, which is your upper half is bigger than your lower half. That's an inverted triangle. So you see, and a triangle is like this, but inverted is like this. So your upper half is bigger than your lower half, right? So once you identify your body type, so what's your body type? How do you identify it? Your shoulders, your waist, and your hip, right? That's how you identify your body type. So once you measure your shoulders, measure your waist, and your waist is here, right? So measure your waist, measure your shoulders, measure your hip. You can know what your body type is, right? So you can see the measurements. Oh, this one is more than that, and all of that, right? Then um edit your wardrobe, build your wardrobe, choose outfits that suit your values and your lifestyle. So remember I mentioned in the beginning your values, right? What do you want to be known for? What do you want to be remembered for? Ensure your wardrobe suits that, right? So you want to be a woman that stands out in the crowd, then you must have statement pieces in your wardrobe. You see that, right? So edit your wardrobe. What's your lifestyle like? So, for example, your fashion entrepreneurs, most times you work for yourself or you work in so your wardrobe should have outfits that you can wear to the office that are easy breezy, maybe something that you can just slip into them but still look classy and stylish. You have that because of your lifestyle. So look at what do you do 7 days in a week. Look at your 7 days in a week. What is your lifestyle like? Do I go out a lot? Or look at, do I go to church? So every week I go to church on Sundays. I go to church maybe on a midweek service. Okay, that's my lifestyle. Do I go to work? Do I go out? Do I visit friends? Do I do lots of brunches? Do I have lots of meetings? Look at your lifestyle, right? And edit your wardrobe to suit your lifestyle, right? That way you can have a personal style that suits your personal brand, right? Then accessorize, right? Look at me, for example, my hair is not done, but I have a nice hair accessory accessorize. It elevates your look, right? Wear necklaces, wear statement rings, wear nice earrings. That's a way to build your person and elevate your look, right? That's a way to build a personal brand and define your style. Get a scarf. Recently I've fallen in love with scarves a lot. I've been tying scarves and using it a lot. So have scarf, have accessory, have face caps, have accessories, have nice sling bags and things like that. Accessorize. Then be confident, right? Looking good makes you confident. How many of you have looked good and felt like I must go around Lagos? Like you must visit all your friends, you must take a picture, you must post it. How many of you have been there before when you loved how you looked and you know you had to show everybody what you were wearing? How many of you have been there? Right? Because it helps you, it makes you feel confident, right? You want to go to the supermarket, you want to go to this, you want to go because you love how you look, right? So looking good helps you, be confident. And once you're confident, you're able to to go for your life's goals and your dreams. You can go for it, right? You feel good. When you look good, you're going to feel good. And when you feel good, you're able to just be dogged. You can be bullish. You can go and get the things you want to get for your life, the things you're really aspiring to get. You can do it, right? Because you look good and you're feeling good, right? Then get a personal stylist to help you. So someone like me, I'm your go-to, right? So if you're not sure how to go about this, I'm just a call or a message away, right? Okay, next slide. Now we have different kinds of people on this call, and I've tailored this to um suit different people on different levels, right? How do you stay on a budget? People say, "Oh well, I'm an entrepreneur." I've had lots of those questions on this call today, on this in this conference today. Young entrepreneurs. We also have bills to pay. How do we invest in our clothes? Blah, blah. If you're a designer, good for you. I'm sure you can make your clothes at no cost, right? So cost of production is all you're going to pay. You don't have to buy clothes and things like that. Even if you have to buy, there's a way you can stay on the budget, right? Number one, groom yourself. Looking good is not just about what you wear, it's about how, right? So groom yourself, your hair, your nails. See my nails, for example, they are short. I don't have nails on right now, but they are clean and they are short and they are good. Groom yourself, right? It all adds up to your style. It's not only about wearing expensive stuff, right? There are little things that makes the difference, right? So um your shoes, are they clean? Do you smell good? Are you wearing deodorant? Are you wearing perfume? If you're the type that that sweat a lot, you must know yourself. This thing, you must be true to yourself. See, don't lie. It's personal, right? Don't lie to yourself. If you sweat a lot, then you need to know how to invest in it. Okay, what do I do so that when I sweat, my clothes don't carry the stains of the sweat? There are people, because people don't like those things. When they see you and your team, people don't like it. They might not tell you, but they don't like it, right? So find ways to be able to avert things like that. Groom yourself, right? Use deodorant. You know, do you have fresh breath? I saw someone's post recently, TBT, when you're talking about, fresh breath, and it was funny though, but it was real, talking about fresh breath, and how do you tell somebody their mouth stinks and things like that, right? Be intentional. If you know that you need to have consistent and constant fresh breath, have mint, chew gum, but don't chew gum. I'm not a big fan of chewing gum. I don't chew gum. Even when I do, it's just to get the mint and try it. Have mint in your bag. Don't be talking to people and your mouth is smelling. You are building a brand of smelly mouth. People will not tell you, but I'm telling you, people will you just notice that when people talk to you, they're always like this, or they are far away, or they are just uncomfortable. You must groom yourself, right? It's very easy. It's little, but it's a big deal, right? Solid colors over print or patterns. Solid colors over print or patterns. See, solid colors make you look stylish. Trust me. And now patterns are good. For example, I'm wearing patterns. I'm wearing like a hand painted jacket, right? But you must know how to work it, right? So the reason why we say solid colors, prints are not bad. There are some really classy prints like stripes, like polka dots, like there are different prints, right? But we like to advise beginners to start with solid colors, because there are some prints that just make you look really cheap, right? You don't know how to choose the right print. So you can just buy any print. It can make you look really cheap, right? Some floral prints can make you look cheap. So you can start with solid colors, right? Block colors, beige, white, black, whatever color suits you, right? Go for it. Fit is everything. Number three, fit is everything. You can wear something really expensive, and if it doesn't look good on you, it doesn't look good on you. Nobody's going to really even see that you're even looking good. So fit is really everything. Get a tailor, right? I mean, you're fashion designers here, right? So I believe that you can tailor your stuff if you need to. But if you're not a fashion designer, get outfits that fit you. Remember, I spoke about identifying your body type. Know your size. Know what suits you. If you need to go into a store to try it on, go into the store, right? If you for some reason buy something that is not your size, tailor it to suit you, right? If you need to hold the waist, hold the hip, hold the whatever it is, the shoulders, the sleeve, ensure it fits you, right? That's another way to look good. No wrinkle, dirty, or torn clothes. This is major. Nobody's gonna know. Somebody's gonna know. Who's gonna know? Somebody's gonna know, right? So sometimes you're like, who is gonna know? Nobody's gonna know. See, if you can see it, I bet you somebody will see it, right? That's the principle I work with. If I can see it, if I saw it, somebody else can see it, right? So don't say nobody's gonna know. It all tells. It all adds up to your personal brand. Be that person that always looks good. Their shoes are always shiny. Their shoes are never dirty. They don't wear torn clothes. They don't wear wrinkled clothes. I know these days, Gen Z, they say, "Oh, I like to rumpled clothes." If that's the brand you want to build for yourself, that's fine. But at the end of the day, the return on investment is going to count, right? You want to be a person of value. You want to be remembered when important conversations are ongoing. You want to be remembered when the people who matter are in a room. You want to be called to that table, right? So things like that, right? Shop timeless pieces that allow versatility and can transcend occasions and periods. What I'm wearing now, for example, is a very versatile piece. I can style it up, I can style it down. When I wear this, carry my handbag, wear my heels, wear my nice pants, wear my I'm going to be like a rich auntie, right? So get pieces that transcend occasions, that are versatile, right? That you can rock because you're trying to work within a budget. I saw how Shay mentioned about breaking down your budget, the 50-30-20 rule. So if you want to be sustainable, right? You're trying to work within a budget, but you still also want to look good. Get things that are versatile. Don't get statement things that you can wear only once. Get things that are multi-purpose. You can dress up, you can dress down, you can wear for a brunch with the girls, you can wear to a speaking engagement, you can wear to church. Get those kinds of things, right? That's how you can slay on the budget, right? It must be multi-purpose. Don't go into a store and just a nice top and you just buy it, but there's no pants you can rock it with. There's no skirt you can rock it with. There's no way you can rock it with, right? One thing I do when I get something, I can rock it in at least 6 different ways. Yeah, that's value for my money, right? So don't just buy something you can wear only one way. Get things you can rock different ways, right? Of course, there are times you can have one or two statement pieces that you can just wear, one, but don't that should not be the bulk of your wardrobe, right? Then number six, have a capsule wardrobe, right? What's the capsule wardrobe? I remember I just mentioned having buying something you can wear 6 different ways, right? A capsule wardrobe it means having a capsule wardrobe. So you have an item and there are different ways you can pair that item, right? So for example, I have this jacket. I can wear this jacket with a nice camisole. I can wear it with jeans. I can wear it with sneakers. That's one look. This same jacket, I can wear it with a white shirt. I can wear it with black palazzo pants. I can wear it with heels. That's another look, right? I can wear this kimono as a dress. Just put a belt around it. It's a dress. So having a capsule wardrobe is having different ways you can rock different items, right? That's what it means to have a capsule wardrobe, right? That way you have a budget. You can work within a budget. You can slay on a budget. You can look good on a budget, right? Ensure that if you go through these processes and adhere to them, trust me, you're on your way to building a very authentic personal brand. I'm waiting for you. I think the next slide is I'm waiting for you. Right here. I want you to be your best self. I want you to be the best version of yourself. There's never a better time to start building your personal brand than now, right? So if you're gonna ask me, how do I start showing up as my best self? How do I start building my personal brand? I will tell you it's now, right? It's a long-term game. It's something you must start. You must put your best foot forward every single time. You must show up as your best self every single time, right? But there's work to be done, right? We're all improving. We're all work in progress, but we're going and we're going to become the best version of ourselves, right? I'm waiting for you. It's time to build that authentic personal brand. Thank you so much for your time and for listening to me. Thank you, Dami. You're muted, Dami. I can't hear you.
Oh, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Jumoke. I think you rushed this session, but it's okay. It's okay. I think since this was presented, anyone interested can always come back to our YouTube page and watch this session again, right? This is Jumoke's intellectual property, so we cannot make the slides available to you. Secondly, it's already here on YouTube. You can sit with it again and watch it, and it's soaking as much as you want. Take it back, take it forward, whichever way you want it. It's right here. Thank you, Jumoke. I know people have questions, and I can see people writing. The comments were just the kind of vibes I wanted. There's a particular question I'm trying to look for. Here, okay, found it. Sorry, hold on. Okay. Oh, it's on Instagram. My apologies. I kept looking for the question here. So people joined the live session on Instagram, and I'm trying so hard. Okay. So the person's question, Jumoke, was that does it not seem there was a part where you talk about what you do, put what you're doing out there, be quiet. And the question sort of got my attention. The person said, would it not look like you're blowing your own trumpet? Would it not look like I think blowing your own trumpet is pretty much how to coin the question. So I think you should address it, especially from the angle from which you spoke.
Okay, awesome. I mean, I expected that question because I knew people usually ask those questions. I mean, I'm sure there are people who are like, well, I'm an introvert, I don't know how to do things like this and all of that, right? I would say that it's not blowing your trumpet. It's just talking about what your values are, right? And it's not like you're aggressive, like you're just putting in our faces. No, right? It's a gradual thing. Remember, I said it's a long-term goal, a long-term plan, right? So it's not blowing your trumpet. However, if you don't blow your trumpet, who will? right? You know, when people, career professionals, say things like, my work will speak for me. Your work doesn't have a mouth. You have a mouth. You
Mm.
have access to a keypad, right? So you must speak for yourself. And let me tell you how the world works. I remember I mentioned to you that I'm a very big learner by observation. I learn by observation a lot, right? How the world works. The world is very fickle. The world jumps on narrative and you just jump on anything. So if you're not giving them something you want, you must curate your narrative. You must create what you want to be said about you. If not, you're giving people the room to say anything or come up with anything about you. Right? The people who are successful today, if you call Oprah, for example, I'm sure there's something you can say about Oprah. She crafted her narrative, right? Because the world will give you anything. Right? I remember I mentioned that you cannot live unconsciously. You must be intentional about how you live and what you want to be known for, what you want to be said about you. Right? So it's an intentional work. It's not blowing your trumpet, right? It's you just intentionally knowing that this is where I want to go to, this is what I want to be known for, this is who I want to become. And I want the world, right? I remember when the late Herbert Igwe's his funeral, I saw a lot of comments saying things like, everyone said the same thing about him. Everyone was saying the same thing, right? That is all what built a personal brand, right? So it's not really about saying, oh, play your trumpet. It doesn't have to be in a very uncomfortable way where everyone is just irritated by how you're going about it, right? But it's just a conscious, intentional step you must take in just crafting your narrative and what you want to be said about you, right? I hope that helps.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So there's another question here. Faithful Akim Akombi. She said, "Do you put in your profile something or a niche you're not yet good at, or is a long-term goal?" I think that's a good question.
I get that. So, for example, you say you're a stylist, but you're not really good at styling, but you're calling yourself a stylist, right? So remember what I mentioned. There's something you're good at. Let's start from there. All right, it's something you're good at. But if you want to be known for something you're not yet good at, I think you should take some time. Remember, I spoke about you know um, improving yourself, investing in yourself, right? Take some time to get better at that thing. It doesn't see we are learning every day and we get better every day, right? But get to a point where you are confident enough to be able to teach somebody else that thing that you know. We all know something. So if you think you're not good at something, that's a lie. You're good at something, right? Nobody here is in primary school. We are all in, I'm sure most of us here, maybe uni, out of school, you're already a business owner or you're working. There's something you know, right? So if you want to be known for that thing even more, you can put it out there. You are a financial whatever, you know it to a level, but you're intentionally working on yourself to get better at that thing if you want to be known for that thing, right? So don't discredit yourself, right? I don't want you to discredit yourself. You know something, you know something, you can teach something. I'm telling you, there are people who don't know what you know on your level now, and you can teach it, right? But then you don't stay there. You invest in yourself and get better, improve on yourself, work at it, and you can become an authority and a leader in that thing.
Thank you. I think that was a brilliant way to answer the question. Um, Also, I would just add to it that there's nothing wrong with putting in your profile a journey. So really, it's about how you communicate it. So, like she said, you're aiming to be a renowned stylist, but what services have you offered? I've styled five of my friends. I like to style friends for weddings. Check out. You can put a link. See, it's a matter of communication. I've styled 20 of my friends for weddings. I've styled five of my friends for, so my job is to help you know how to share your narrative. I'm not a stylist like Jumoke is, but what I can add to it is that it's pretty much how you communicate what you do, regardless of what level you are at. And there's nothing wrong with saying, I'm on a journey to becoming a blah, blah, blah. This is what I've done so far. That's still communicating who you are. And it also shows how deliberate you are. I think a key word I would use from so much that Jamoke shared is intentionality, and I think that throughout the slides, you really have to be intentional to be able to brand yourself, to be able to convey a message about who you are to others, how people perceive you, what you do, how you speak, how you carry yourself. These slides are like exercises we all should sit with, I inclusive, and reevaluate. It's something you need to keep. How do you put it, Jumoke? Is it doing again and again? It's like different seasons, right? So if in this season you're an intern, brand yourself as such. If in this season you're a year one or entry level professional, brand yourself as such. I feel like one, it's like it's not a one size fits all, right? Jumakia did mention something that I think was very profound when you mentioned opera. Opera that we all know today, who is 70 years plus now, is not the same opera 3 decades ago. But at every point, she was branding herself, her hairdo, her outfit, her values. You can look back and say she was saying the same thing. So for me, I think that is really great. Somebody made a comment here. She said, I needed this or I need this like yesterday, and I'm glad to be on the session. Jumake, you're wonderful. You have answered my most pressing questions. For me, Jumake, take your flowers.
Thank you.
I think that a lot of people overthink what personal branding entails, and I'm glad you were able to break it down to you know easy steps, realistic steps that people can take, and I'm really grateful for that. If you have any other question, audience, kindly share now. So I'm just going to quickly look at our Instagram and see if there are more questions other than the one I shared. Fantastic. So Rebecca has a question. So she said, you talked about playing on your strength. What if your weakness is one skill that you have to thrive in your area of specialty? Mm, This is not very
Mm.
clear.
I like the question, and it's very easy, right? So as people, we tend to beat ourselves down a lot, right? We are our own critic, we are our biggest critic, right? So we feel like you can do this, want to do everything, you can do everything, right? And my honest answer to you is to outsource it. For example, I don't like being called the C. I'm not called the CEO of Kwasi. I'm called the founder of Kwasi, right? Because I'm going to have a CEO one day. Like Mrs. Femi said, there are levels and there are stages, right? I'm
Mm,
going to have a CEO of Kwasi. I'm the founder. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm multi-influential. I'm multi-dimensional. So my job or my strength is to be able to put people together, come up with something. That's my strength. But to be able to sustain it is not my strength. So my task or what I'm going to do is to get someone who can sustain something, right? So I don't need to build a sustainable business doesn't mean I have to be the one to sustain it. I just need to have the right team, right,
mm,
to put that structure to run that business. So if your weakness is something you need for wherever you need to thrive, outsource it. It's a weakness for a reason. Yes, you can try to be good at that weakness, but it might take a while and you need to move, right? So outsource it. If accounting is something you need to have a good business or a sustainable business, and you're not good with accounting, please outsource it. Right? And when I say outsourcing, it doesn't have to be paying. If you can pay for it, fine. But if you can afford it, I'm sure you have somebody in your circle, in your niche, who can do it for you for free. Look for value. Look within. What can I give you? How can we trade? How can we do a barter? Can you help me with my finances, with my accounting, and I can help you with something else. Right? So let's. Sometimes you think money is not the first thing you think about to to do well. To be honest, I've learned and I know it. Right? Think value, like Mai said, which I really loved. Think value, right? So if you have a weakness, outsource it. Whilst if it's something you can work on, I mean, please, all well and good. Strive to be better, to work on it, right? But if something you can't work on, please outsource it. Collaborate. Get someone on your team who can do it, right? Get a mentee. Just get someone to do it for you, right? Instead of stressing yourself, play on your strength. What your strengths are things that come to you naturally. That's what you need to thrive on. Stop trying to work on your weakness that you will not really be good at in that sense, right? So I hope
mm.
I've answered your question.
Yes, you did. And I think that you've answered a lot of things, and I'm hoping that those that have missed out or didn't join us live can come back to the sessions. The questions were relevant, and I just want to say thank you, Jumoke, for your time, for sharing this wonderful slide, because I know this took probably took a lot for you to put together. It's like pouring your thoughts in words. Thank you for sharing with us. And thank you for being very vulnerable, for using yourself as an example, your journey as an example. I think that's one of the things that women shy away from. We don't really talk about our own journey and our own process. So thank you for doing that. And this is me saying thank you on behalf of Obsidian as well. It's been such an amazing time. Look forward to all the feedbacks about the Women in Fashion Conference. And thank you for being a part of the inaugural Women in Fashion Conference. Like, you believed in the idea, and you showed your belief by being a part of it. Thank you so much, Jumoke. And yeah, thank you so
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dami. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Have a great
Thank
day,
you so much.
everyone.
And you too. So, guys, I've got a great surprise for you all. I've got a great surprise for you all. Now, for we have a lot of people have dropped off along the line, but I have a few announcements to make. Now we have a few things that we've been working on at Obsidian, and we just thought this is the best platform to talk about it. Now, one of the constant questions that we've received from participants are concerning building a career workshop on different issues. So I'm super excited to announce to you guys that we have a very short course on portfolio, right? So we have a short course coming up on fashion portfolio, and I can't wait for you guys to sign up for it. Now, to sign up for it, kindly feel where is it? Yes, how to design your fashion portfolio. There's someone who consistently asked about this in the comment section. Amazingly, we had already put together a short course just to help a lot of talents seeking opportunities, or who have done a lot of work and are yet to showcase their work. So please fill the survey, the feedback form. Upon filling the feedback form, you get a chance to sign up for it. This course, now the course is free, of course, but it's free for a very short period of time. But if you're able to complete the survey, then I'm sure you have access to sign up for the short course. Now, Kwase is currently recruiting, and I am glad to announce that they're looking for fashion stylists. And if you think that you have the skills, or you have the talent to work with a styling company, please send us an email. Title the email with the role you're applying for, your name, the role you're applying for, and the company you're applying to. So Kwase is recruiting for fashion stylists with a minimum of 2 years. Also, Matafo is recruiting, and if you're interested in working with Matafo as a creative assistant, please share as well your CV and portfolio if applicable by sending us an email. Title the email, your name, the role you're applying for, and the company you're applying to. Femi Handbags, My World of Bag, is also recruiting, and we're delighted to also share the roles they have open. If you know anyone in your network who can, fill these roles, brand strategist, sales rep for their beautiful physical store located in Ikoyi, kindly tell them to send Obsidian an email. I'm going to put our email in the comment section. I'm also going to share a few other companies that are recruiting currently. We have Closet NG, an online e-commerce thrift fashion company. So they're currently building a team, and they're looking to hire someone in business development. It's fashion, however, it's sustainable fashion, e-commerce sustainable fashion. If it's something you are interested in, do the same thing. Send us your CV via to our email. Send your CV to our email, and we will definitely review candidates. We're also looking for accountants for a lot of businesses. So visit our Instagram page. There are a lot of vacancies up there, and kindly share with your network should you know anyone who has the experience or the skills for any of those roles. Now, I'll be sharing, we deliberately waited this long. We didn't want to bombard you all with the feedback form, but I'll be sharing that right away. For those that are joining us on Instagram, kindly visit our YouTube page and help fill the feedback forms. Tell us what we did well, share with us what you think we can do better, and what other topics or areas would you like us to focus on in terms of webinars, in terms of virtual learning opportunities. And if you have other inquiries, kindly share with us as well. So there are two forms that we're sharing. One is for fashion talents and one is for fashion business owners. So if you're a business owner, kindly feel the form applicable to you. If you're talent, kindly feel the form applicable to you. Now, I would also talk about following us on social media. If you're yet to follow us on Instagram, please do so. Facebook and LinkedIn. I love to connect with a lot of people on LinkedIn. I also would implore you to subscribe to our YouTube page. We'll have a lot of contents coming up that are beneficial to fashion talent and fashion business owners. Now, we've come to the end of this Women in Fashion conference. If you know that you've been online from the beginning to the end, can you wave? Please wave. You joined from the beginning of this workshop till now. Hi, Christabel. Yes, I remember you. Hello, Oluwafolakemi Adedokun. Thank you so much, Faith. You're welcome. Kindly fill the forms. Upon getting your responses, you get a feedback about being a part of the short course, how to design your fashion portfolio. Okay, Oluwatobi Oyebade was here. Okay. Hi, Emily. Yes, you've been here. So my question to Emily is, if we're going to give you a gift, how do we reach you? Do you have any plans of coming to Nigeria, Lagos? Please let us know. And Emily has been here from the start. Christabel has been here from the start. So if we're giving anybody gifts, it will be to those who joined from the start and were, they interacted with the speakers, they introduced themselves. I recognize Emily. I recognize Christabel. If you introduced yourself and you were here from the start, kindly indicate. We're going to find a way to offer you gifts. So I'm thinking from the top of my head to give you access to my ebook, You Break into the Fashion Industry in Africa. So that would be my gift to you because you stayed all through the session. And I'm hoping that all the sessions were impactful. Once again, if you are watching, please fill the feedback forms. If you know anybody who needs to watch the whole of this conference, it's live on our YouTube page. It's free for everybody to access. Please fill the feedback form upon completing the video or the conference recordings. And yes, you can always come back to the recording. It's right here on our YouTube page. You can watch it again and again. And I am your host, Oluwadamilola Ademilokun, the lead recruiter at Obsidian Advisory. And like we've learned today, there's room for somebody to be the CEO at Obsidian. Currently, I play the role of the lead recruiter and programs director. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. It's been an honor to have the inaugural Women in Fashion conference virtually. We look forward to the subsequent edition next year. We hope we can meet physically and have you all join us also online as well as physically. So thank you guys and have a beautiful afternoon. Please follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and whatever platform that you are currently active on. Till next year, Women in Fashion Conference, this is bye bye. Bye, guys. Oh, okay. So before I leave, I'm just going to say this. For those who are asking about the ebook, kindly visit my Instagram handle, which is right here, Fashion Career Coach on Instagram. Click on the link in the bio, and you have access to the ebook. For those who have promised to give the ebook as a gift, please send me a DM on Instagram as well, and I'll keep to my word. All right, guys. Bye. Thank you.